Good morning. Happy Monday. For some of us, it was a long weekend. For some of us, it was just a long weekend. That's all I can say. So, I am Alternate Juror. Welcome to my channel and thank you for being here. Good morning, Gabby. Sorry I made you maybe a little panicky this morning because I was late. I was late because I was talking to Jody. Yes, Jody. I called her the Sorry, I was talking about somebody else this morning and I accidentally said Jody's name to Jody. It's Monday. It's Monday. It is a Monday. That's all I got. That's all I got. Uh, so we're gonna take Alec Baldwin's trial. Is I know. I haven't haven't had a chance to get your other ones on here yet. I'm It's on my list. It's on my to-do list. So I'm just going to be glittery today. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to put the other ones on here. So we'll just be glittery. They said this made me look like Wonder Woman or something last time I wore my hair like this. So it's okay. I guess I can have some glitter. No. It's not you. No, ma'am. I just haven't put the other ones that you made up here yet. So tomorrow, Alec Baldwin's trial for the Rust movie, unaliving event, for lack of better words. That's a horrible way to put it. Starts. We're going to take a little look at some of the stuff that could be issues for him. It's kind of Gabby. Thanks, Gabby. After today's stream, it might be. It's a wonder that woman could do a stream. That's what it might be. Um, so when this, and I will call it an accident. I don't think this was an intentional act by anybody. I don't think it was an intentional act by Alec Baldwin. I don't know that it. I don't know if it was an intentional act because you could get your tinfoil hat and go all kinds of conspiracy theory on it. Of did somebody want something to happen? Did somebody, nobody else is going down that path. Just that's where my mind goes. Of somebody had to put that live round there. Why was it there? That question has not been answered. That has been asked. Did somebody, were they giving I don't know. You can just let your mind trail off into lots of different uh, ways here if you wanted to, but I'm not trying to do that with you guys. I'll let my own mind take its own trip and whatever. If I come up with something interesting, I'll tell you. Yes, Pew Pews and Wonder Woman. um, so Hannah Gutierrez, she has already been tried, found guilty, and was sentenced to 18 months for man stuff. That's what we call man slaughter minus the S. We just call it man stuff. Alec Baldwin is also charged with man stuff. That sounds funny to say about him. And then David Halls, which was the first assistant, whatever he was, I forgot. He took a plea deal. I don't know what he ended up getting. I didn't look it up. So 2 people have already been convicted out of the 3 out of the 3 that have been charged. So even if Alec Baldwin is convicted, I don't know that he would be looking at much time, and who knows if they would give him more than probation. I don't know. Depends on the judge, depends on a lot of things. He did not, in my opinion, he did not help himself with everything that he did after the accident happened. all the interviews that he did, he hasn't been remorseful. He hasn't I don't even know if he has said sorry. Um, so let's take a look at I have like I took some clips off of Vinnie Politan's show. I don't I used to say I don't agree with Vinny a lot, but I have found I agree with him more and more. So that's okay. I think he and I definitely agree on this that Alec Baldwin was responsible for what came out of that firearm. His stance is kind of the same as mine. Let's just say that it was me and you, and we're shooting a movie. We're not big time stars. We're not big time producers. We're nothing. We're just we're just gonna make a movie and for fun or for whatever. You hand me a weapon that's supposed to be cold, not have any live rounds in it. I don't check it. I point it at somebody else and I pull the trigger and a horrible thing happens to that person. Do you think they would have waited 2 seconds before I was arrested? I don't, because if somebody hands you a firearm, you now are responsible for what comes out of that firearm and what happens with what comes out of that firearm. If somebody hands you that firearm, they say it's not loaded, and you just like, well, okay, and you don't check, that's your fault. That's like gun safety 101. And a lot of people differ on that because he's an actor. So, okay, he gets special deals because he's an actor. You have to trust that he's doing his job. Whoever, the person that hands it before you, the person that handled it before that. If multiple people have handled that firearm, would you not think you'd want to just check it just once? Just once more? It should be habit. So, hello Christine. How you doing? I watched you on Jody's stream yesterday. Hope you had a good time on there and had a great time at church. Thank you for dropping in. And the other reason I'm probably so hard on Alec Baldwin about this, because his dad was the pew pew coach for the high school for like 25 years. He actually passed away from lung cancer from breathing in all the lead from the rounds. So you cannot tell me that he does not know firearm safety 101. That you just can't convince me. I know he's anti this, anti that, and I'm not even getting into that. He knows how to handle a weapon. He should know exactly what he needs to do to make sure that everyone is safe. Hello, Carmen. I think, Carmen, you've got like a couple hours of rain from what I saw this morning when I got up, and then it should be out of there. So I think you're going to be good. I don't think you're getting a lot. You might get some heavy rain, but I don't think you're getting a lot of rain. Um, so that's why I kind of hold him to a higher standard too, because he knew. And that does just because you're an actor should not like be like, well, I don't have to do that because I'm an actor. Well, who cares? Sorry, I don't. I don't care. Don't care about celebrities. I don't care. Uh, they are not above any of us, no matter what they think. So sorry, I'm reading my chat. My daughter's in Texas. Parts of Texas is getting hit by a hurricane. She is far enough north that she should just be in the band of rain, but they flooded in April and May, and they're like, we don't know if the dam's gonna hold. So they worked on the dam all weekend. I think it's gonna hold. It's gonna hold. It's gonna hold. So it's like, dang, they moved to Texas and everything fell apart. All right, so I have this. Um, I have some of these clips from Vinny, so we'll listen to it. Yeah, Carmen, and that's the thing. Like, even when you know it's not real, it's still a really uncomfortable feeling because you know what they can do, and you know that. Sorry, here comes my obscene phone call breather. She may have to be put out here in just a second. Um, you've been taught, you've been trained. Good grief. That you don't ever point that at anybody unless you are intend to use it and know, like, you intend to destroy that thing. You don't do that. And yes, Jody, actors do poop just like the rest of us. And there are people that dress them, put their clothes on them one leg at a time. Sorry. Okay. Calm down. Oh, this old girl, I tell you. She went running outside is what she did, and she shouldn't have done that. So I'm going to mute myself and play this. I blame them all, Gabby. I blame them all because just like I just said, if you hand me a weapon and I don't check it and I hurt somebody because I took your word for it that it wasn't loaded, that's on me. I'm responsible for what comes out of there. But yes, there should have been multiple people that checked it, but he is the last checkpoint. The actor is the last checkpoint, and he knows. There's actors out there that I think are so scared of firearms that they just are like, "Oh my gosh," and don't have any training in them whatsoever. He doesn't have that excuse. He is the last checkpoint, and he did not do it. And I heard that scene never even called for him to point it at anyone, let alone pull the trigger. So I don't know. Let's yeah, he should have known. He should have it should have just been reflex for him. Check it. Just check it. Like, especially if somebody said it's not loaded. It's clear. Okay. I'm not taking your word for it. So, all right. I'm going to mute this, start this, and put her out for so we don't have to have obscene dog breathing so I can get her calmed down. Yes, Brandon, you guys keep chatting. Training or not, yes, once a firearm winds up in your hands, 100% on you. Absolutely. I mean, obviously, I believe that. So you've been taught that. And, you know, I, hey, super son, super dad. Now he's super dad. Yes, thank you, Jody. Um, yeah, I had a conversation with somebody super son knows. Um, absolutely defends Alec Baldwin till the end that it was not his fault. He was told it wasn't hot, it was a cold weapon, and not his fault. Like, that's crap. But I won't talk to you because he's a really argumentative person. So, absolutely. Absolutely. You meant Target. Yeah. Okay. Give me a second here. You guys are going to be proud of me because I'm trying something new. So you either be proud of me or laugh at me. But okay, Hensley. Because I am trying something new. Where is it? Maybe. That's why you don't try anything new. I don't want to share that. I want to share this. Why are you not sharing it? People are like, that's why I don't try anything new. That's why I just stick to what I know. There it is. Oh my gosh. Why will it not show that? See, it's right there. Now I disappear. There it is. There it is. Now watch, you guys won't be able to hear it. Oh my gosh. Never trying anything new ever again. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. All right, that's up. I don't know if I can boost this for you. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Don't unsubscribe. I'll figure it out, I promise. No, I can't get out. Oh my gosh. All right. It's either going to work or it's not. It's either going to work or it's not. Hey, there's Chrissy. Chrissy heard the man unaliving. She came running. How you doing? How's school? Is it over? Do you get a break yet? Because we all miss you. We all miss you. We've talked about Viking Cop since you haven't been here. We talked about man unaliving this morning. All right, guys, let me know how the sound is on this because I can't boost it. All right, here goes nothing. All right, so you can't hear it. Gosh dang it. All right. See, this is why you don't try new stuff. You just stick with what you know. Chrissy, congratulations on your quiz. Good job. Also, Jody, I don't know if you were still here from yesterday, though. Uh, when I asked you why you were still awake, you haven't heard it yet, probably, but that was my mom voice. He made me get the mom voice out. Chrissy, really, that's great. Good job. You've been working your butt off, like with everything. So, mom, you've got 2 jobs, going to school. You are absolutely, for lack of a better word, unaliving it out there. 100%. These guys have all heard my mom voice. Generally, either Carmen or Brandon, but you got it yesterday in an email. I wasn't being like, "Why are you awake?" It's like, "Why are you still up?" Like, don't do that. All right. Now I got to go find this. Oh, and I didn't even delete it. Yay for me. I did something right today. Don't count on anything else. That's the one thing. No, stop talking. Well, I was trying to send her to her room, Gabby, because she needed to go to bed. All right. So we are going to have to do this differently. So we might just end up watching a bunch of this, but I'll have to pause it a lot so I don't get any copyrights because I don't have any timestamps on it. All right. Well, keep me posted. Okay. You are not. You, the lies you tell, Jody. All right. This has boosted everything like normal. So you're just going to have to put up with me. That's all I can tell you. Oh, yeah. Let me share it. Hey, I remember my first stream. It was a today. It was today. It was my very first stream. Oh my gosh. Jody, you sure you don't want to come on? Like, get me out of here. I thought maybe I'd been like drinking or something this morning. I haven't. I haven't had anything. All right. This audio is blasting me, so please let me know how it is in your sweet, sweet ears.
On October 21st, 2021, Alec Baldwin was filming a Western movie entitled Rust in Bonanza Creek, New Mexico. Baldwin was rehearsing a scene with director Joel Souza and cinematographer Halyna Hutchins. Baldwin was seated in a church practicing a cross draw with a .45 caliber revolver. As Baldwin practiced pulling the weapon from the left side of his body with his right arm, the gun discharged. The bullet struck Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza. Souza survived, but Hutchins did not. An investigation into what was happening on the set revealed some shocking circumstances. Investigators say they found 6 live rounds on the set, including some in a photo with the woman in charge of gun safety, 24-year-old armorer Hannah Gutierrez. Additional live rounds were found in a box marked dummy rounds. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Tonight, we'll take a look at what was going on the set of Rust, how many safety rules were being broken, and what did Alec Baldwin say the moment he found out that Halyna Hutchins died. We'll take a look as we continue our investigation into the Baldwin movie shooting. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you for joining us here on Closing Arguments. This is the next big trial on Court TV, the next huge trial on Court TV. An A-list celebrity, Alec Baldwin. Here he is. His life is about to change drastically because he will be inside a courtroom, a criminal courtroom facing homicide charges. If he's convicted, chances are he's going to prison. A lot at stake for Alec Baldwin. Let me show you scenes from inside the chapel where this shooting took place, small, not a huge interior. And you see all the little evidence markers on the ground here where Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza were both shot, 2 people with 1 bullet. Halyna Hutchins did not survive. But this was what it looked like afterwards, after they cleared everyone out. It was tough. It was tough. No one expects this to happen on the set of a movie. It's not supposed to. There's not supposed to be live rounds on the set of a movie. But there was, and this happened, and now we've got a trial. Alec Baldwin spoke. He didn't, once this happened, he didn't like hide behind a lawyer. No, he was speaking and providing interviews to investigators. Let's take a listen.
The gag in the shot, you're the camera because I have a coat and I have a holster and I pull the coat over and I kind of cup my hands like I folded my hands. And then I'm going to slowly sneak the revolver or the Colt out and turn and shoot these other guys or try to shoot them. I take the coat over the thing, and the camera's there. I believe, my recollection is she was there, turned a bit, like talking to him. So I think she was hitting the right armpit. But this is all I know, and that is that I take the gun out in the rehearsal. He wants it very dramatic and very sudden, kind of sneak him on it. I take the gun out, and as I take it, like as it clears, as the barrel clears, I turn and cock the gun over here. I turn and cock the gun goes off. But I draw the gun slowly and aim off camera, and there supposed to be nothing in there. So she's not protecting herself and standing off. I'm shooting in a direction, and everybody is supposed to be to that side of the camera. There's nobody in my line. Nobody. And so when I shoot the gun, so in the rehearsal, I'm assuming I have an empty gun, and the gun goes off. She's right in front of me. Mm-hmm. She's as far from me as I am from difference between maybe you and the door.
Okay. So pretty close proximity.
It was a very tight shot.
Okay.
The shot was here. Of me, not of me, it's of me pulling the gun slowly, turn cock.
Okay.
And she's right there, vulnerable, in a position she wouldn't ordinarily be if we were shooting. And just boom, she hits the ground.
So at that point of the
I have thoughts on what he just said. Hey, Sharon. I am well. I'm like off my rocker already, and we're 30 minutes into the stream. And I've lost all credibility, all of it. Thank you for saying that I look nice. I don't have any rain yet, but I will. I think Wednesday, it's either tomorrow and Wednesday or Wednesday and Thursday, but my daughter lives in Texas, and so she's dealing with it right now. She's not in she's in the path of where it's coming up off the coast and coming up through like Houston. She's northeast of Houston. So hopefully she's just going to get some rain and not very much, and it will be easy going. They've got everything ready in case they have to evacuate, but we're hoping that does not happen. We need the rain. They do. They need the rain. She told me they need the rain, but they don't need it like that. So, but we'll see. The one word that Alec Baldwin kept using in that interview is assuming. I was assuming. I was assuming it was this. I was assuming it was that. You don't get to do that with that. You don't get to do that with a firearm. Sorry. You don't get to assume anything. Good morning, Adair. Good to see you. Hope you are well. Hope your knee is feeling better. Get some swimming in. Get that knee healed up. Lay off the pickleball for now. Yes, he does add a lot of extra stuff into his statements. And notice, he was saying they weren't supposed to be standing there. They weren't supposed to be here. Then don't do the scene. I know it was just a rehearsal, but then don't do it. He was already blaming them. And like Vinny said, he didn't know she was gone. He didn't know she'd passed away. So everything was an excuse. Yes, absolutely, Jody. It was just one excuse after another. Never, "Oh my gosh, what happened?" Never, "I'm sorry." There was none of that, and there hasn't been any of that. So, I don't you guys probably know, the firearm, when the FBI tried to get it to do what he said it did, because he says he never pulled the trigger, they ended up actually destroying it in the process of trying to get it to do what he said it did. They never were able to get that to happen again, and then they destroyed the weapon. I don't know if that's out of convenience or if they just act, whatever. You never know with all this stuff because we've seen some stuff in trials. So I'm always kind of like, did you? Did you ask? All right, I'm just going to have to let this play since my videos were not working, and we'll just stop and talk.
Interview, he doesn't know that she's passed away. So just so you understand where they are in this whole process. But he's speaking freely. You notice he doesn't have a lawyer with him at that time. He is just giving his account of what happened here, which, again, everyone agrees this was not on purpose. This was an accident. The question is this an accident that is a crime? Now, there's also been civil litigation associated with this case. And in one of those lawsuits, one of the parties put together an animation of the shooting. We're going to show it to you. One part we skipped through where they show some blood, but you'll see this recreation, this animation that was put together related to the civil litigations, so you get a better idea of what's alleged to have happened here.
Don't worry, they're not going to show blood.
So there you see that single bullet traveled through Halyna Hutchins, then struck Joel Souza. Again, she did not survive. Joel Souza did survive, and he'll be testifying at the trial.
Getting close.
Now, we have some body camera video of the responding paramedic here. And again, I'll give you a warning. She's on the ground. She is still alive at this point. But we'll show you the scene so you get an idea of what it was like inside there. And this is video that will be evidence in the case against Alec Baldwin. Let's take.
All right, so there is a little bit of graphic content, but everything is pretty blurred out, so don't have to worry much about that. Also, we're not going to watch all 44 minutes of this. When we get through this, I think I saw, because I thought the motions hearings were over. There are motion hearings apparently going on right now that we can jump into once I show you what I want to show you out of this. It's not that much longer. So you guys let me know.
Take a look.
You got your trauma kit? Yeah, I'm trying to get it out. This stupid new truck. Are we inside with the BBMs? We need where you at? A seal. You have a seal? A seal? A seal. Yeah. I got a sterile glove and a packing gloves. Okay. Yeah.
Halyna.
Is anybody allowed to go with her in the helicopter? No.
Halyna, deep breath, Halyna. There you go. Deep breath, Halyna. Deep breath.
Be okay. Good girl. Good girl.
There you go. Good girl.
In charge. Deep breath. See the flood? You don't know where the bird is right now. Can you find out? Yeah. You know what size? What size cover? I'll take that. All right, we got some stairs, guys. Couple stairs. The first steps. Disconnect there. You got it? Hey, take over that.
This is so incredibly sad. I mean, she's not just an artist, she's a mother, and she's a wife, and she's a daughter. And it's really tough because nobody there wanted anything even close to this to happen. A complete accident, but two people have already been convicted in this case. The armorer, who was the one who loaded the weapon, and the assistant director, who took the gun from the armorer and handed it to Alec Baldwin. They've both been convicted already. The armorer is serving time. So let's talk about what we just saw. Let's bring in our special guest tonight, actor, assistant director, and producer. His film Big Shark is.
Okay, so we're going to watch these guys. So he only mentioned that Hannah Gutierrez is serving time. So the other guy must have taken a plea deal and not had to go to jail or prison. So good for him, I guess. So there's this guy. There's a little bit of delay between Vinny and this guy and the next guy that he has on. They work on, I think he says this guy's a director. He'll introduce them. It's interesting in what they had to say, because I felt like at the beginning of this, when everything kind of first happened, it seemed like everybody kind of rallied around Alec of how this was not his fault, or that he should not be held at fault for this. I think that it seems kind of to have shifted, and maybe it's his actions afterwards. I'm not sure, but so we'll listen to these two guys, and then there's one more woman that I want to, because you got to see what he has up his sleeve now, Mr. Baldwin. Think, buddy.
Currently in theaters, and he has 3 other films set to release later this year. He's busy. Thomas Johnston is with us. Also joining us, film director with Rosa Films International, recently directed the crime drama Stolen Dough. Stefano DeFrey is with us as well. Thank you both for being here. We just heard Alec Baldwin's description of what they were doing at the time. This was a rehearsal with the director and the cinematographer, and he's doing this cross draw, and he pointed out where they were, and they weren't supposed to be there. What should be happening during a rehearsal like this? Thomas, I'll begin with you.
Well, easy. I mean, you should always know where everybody's going to be on set, especially if you're holding the gun. You don't just say, oh, they weren't supposed to be there. There's fault all the way around. When you're doing a rehearsal, you do a walkthrough first, especially when you're dealing with a gun, so that you know where everybody's going to be. And to even go further back, the gun should have been checked, obviously, after they came back from lunch.
Let me follow up on one thing. I know I have a little delay here. I know I have a little delay, but I just want to follow up on one thing. If you can explain this, you said like a run through or a walkthrough before. Explain that. What would you do?
Yeah, absolutely. So we would do a rehearsal without the gun, and they would pantomime the gun, with just a hand or a banana or something, just so that everybody on set knows where the gun is going to be pointing, what's going to happen, so everybody knows, not just the person holding the gun or the person behind the gun, everybody. So we can see that it's safe and know that it's safe.
All right, Stefano DeFrey, the cameras weren't rolling. They weren't shooting a scene. They weren't filming a scene. This was just a rehearsal, but I think the focus from the way Alec Baldwin described it was actually how he drew out the weapon. So I can understand why he'd want something in his hand for this rehearsal. Do you need the actual gun that you're going to use when you film for the rehearsal? Do you need it to be loaded with dummies for the rehearsal? I mean, what are your thoughts about that part of this?
Vinny, it is great to see you again and be on your show. Absolutely not. I mean, why would you need the actual gun and take that risk? You can listen to his testimony and how kind of sloppy his idea is, right? He's saying, I had this clear aim, I had this clear line, and they weren't supposed to be there. It's incoherent because you know in the rehearsal process that you're going to go through it. He's in charge with his hand over the gun to go through it. There is no reason, there's no reason why the armor would be giving him the gun before the actual shooting of it, especially a Colt 45 like that we know is a prop gun that can fire. And we've had experiences like Brandon Lee dying in a similar situation with also having a blank. So there's no reason why you would use it, none whatsoever. And for him to then also blame that on the crew is also nonsensical. It's sort of, you can see he's caught a little bit off guard. And obviously, as you said in your beginning statement, when he's being interviewed, he doesn't know that she's died.
Thomas, in that situation, and you play all of these different roles as an actor and an assistant director and a producer, who should be making that call? Alec Baldwin obviously is the most famous person, the A-lister that's in the chapel there. But who should take charge of how we are going to manage the safety as we rehearse this scene?
It's hard. I think everybody's a little bit at fault for sure because there's a process that's in place on sets. There's safety procedures that are put in place so that this never happens. And obviously it wasn't followed. From the beginning, when there were live rounds on set, that should have been the end of it right there. All the ammo should have been taken off clear. Anyway, there's a lot of people at fault. The assistant director, obviously, he's the one that's in charge of the set. The armorer is the one in charge of the guns. The person holding the gun is the person responsible for the gun before they shoot it, to be clear. I mean, and that's why they're all, in trouble and going through this process is because they all bear a little responsibility for it because, ultimately that's why these procedures were put in place and it wasn't followed. So
our guests will stay with us. When we come back, though, we're going to talk about the actual movie that they were filming. What's the status of that movie? Has it premiered? Did they finish it? All that when we return.
So question, just because I have to watch my time there so I don't get copyright. Spoiler alert, the movie's finished. It's not released yet. Will you go see it? Do you think people will go see it more now than they would have? Or do you think they'll have this attitude that Gabby has? Who gives a crap about the movie? What's your opinion there? I know Gabby's who gives a crap about the movie. I won't go see it, but I wouldn't have gone to see it either way. So it doesn't matter to me. I just wonder, because I wonder what the public will do if he's found innocent, if that will make it more likely people will go see it, or if he's found guilty, will that make it more likely people will go see it? Or will people just go see it, period, because they would have went to see it no matter if anything happened or not? Or will people just not go see it because they don't care, they're not interested, doesn't look great? Yeah, Sharon, absolutely zero remorse. Zero. Nope, not going. We got 2 no's. I'm a third no, I guess. So, yes. We'll play this part, Gabby. So, I had heard a while ago that in his settlement with Halyna Hutchinson's husband, that part of that was he made him like an executive producer on the movie. So then he would get probably the people that were talking about it was assuming that he would then probably get a cut from that the money that is made off the movie. He's the only reason I would like for the movie to do well, if that's the case, because he deserves money. And I don't have that verified, and I heard that a while ago. So I don't know, but I can see Mr. Baldwin coming up with some kind of an agreement like that, to where he didn't have to pay him now; he can pay him later, like Wimpy off of Popeye. Sorry, that's a really old analogy. Here we go.
A-list actor Alec Baldwin is cast in the real-life role he never wanted.
I turn and cock the gun goes off.
Criminal defendant.
His lack of gun safety is something that he's going to have to answer for.
We heard that this was a toxic set.
One more.
It's not his fault. He did nothing wrong.
Is there an actor's exemption from liability when they're handling a deadly firearm?
The Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial. Live coverage begins Monday morning only on Court TV.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that his conduct was right. I am the person who indicted him. Alec Baldwin's conduct and his lack of gun safety inside that church on that day is something that he's going to have to answer for.
And it all begins on July 9th. He will be in New Mexico. He will be inside that courtroom, and prosecutors will be attempting to convict him of homicide, involuntary manslaughter, and put him in prison. So they were filming a Western. Let's find out more about the actual movie and the backstory there. Our special guest joining us, entertainment reporter, host of Kinsey's LA Diaries on Talk TV, Kinsey Schofield, back with us. Kinsey, great to see you. Thanks so much. For folks who don't know, like me, don't know the details of this film, what can you tell us about Rust?
It's a story. Alec Baldwin plays the hero, classic hero, where he's trying to protect a family member, a younger family member who's been accused of murder. And so I think that this is a bit of a passion project. We saw him slap his name on the script. As you've said on the show, he's one of the producers, which is why people feel like he should be especially held to account when it comes to this death on his set. But unfortunately, I feel like this incident might become part of his legacy, because this was a set to be known as extremely toxic, and ultimately someone lost their life.
What is the status of the film? Because my understanding is they completed it.
Yes, sir. Production for Rust originally started in New Mexico in early October 2021. It came to that immediate halt after the deadly shooting. The project eventually resumed filming in April of 2023 and ended a month later. We will likely see this movie come out sometime later in 2023 or early 2025. But I do wonder if that will change based on what happens throughout this trial.
And let's talk about Alec Baldwin now, because there have been some developments that we've heard about him. We know he's married, has a family, has lots of children. And last month, he announced on his Instagram page with his family that they're launching a new reality show called The Baldwins.
I think it's the reality show no one asked for.
That one was 100% correct. This is the reality series no one asked for. What is he doing? Wait till you see the promo they put together for it. It's this guy can't get out of his own way. His ego is so big, it can't he and it can't fit in the same room. Jody, I saved the link, but my struggles today, I probably can't get it to play. But I do have it. Oh, it won't play. It won't do anything. I'll have to look at it later. But yes, Dear sweet baby Jesus, please don't ever let me be standing in the same room as Alec Baldwin. Ever. Even if he doesn't have a firearm. Ah. You summed up the series. He failed on the hero part. Is that your summary? Okay, Jody, thank you. Because I thought it just shows me the picture. Can we do it again for you, Gabby? Yeah, this guy. This guy. Yes, please. People will be like, you're copying the glare. Yes, I am, because he's awesome. Here. Here you go, Gabby. Dear sweet baby Jesus, please don't ever let me be standing in the same room with Alec Baldwin. And especially if he has a firearm. Thank you. Amen. There you go. Because I don't ever want to be standing in the same room as Alec Baldwin, ever. Because he's probably going to be mad at me for parking in his parking spot or something and be yelling at me because that's what he does. He yells at everybody. He's not nice. He's not nice. All right, let's see his reality series. one vote. I got one vote. Here we go.
But that's right. We've seen him in Los Angeles this week. He was reportedly looking somber as he stepped out with his Rust producer and manager, Matt Del Piano. Perhaps they were discussing this new reality show or the backlash that he received for a post celebrating 12 years of marriage with his wife, Halyna Baldwin. You know, a lot of people mentioning that Halyna Hutchins, no more anniversaries for her or her family. There's been some criticism when it comes to this reality show because this is supposed to be a major movie star. Is this him trying to save face PR wise, or is this him trying to set Halyna up in case he does end up going to jail?
Well, let's take a look at that promo that they put on his Instagram page.
Hi, I'm Halyna Baldwin.
And I'm Alec Baldwin.
And we have an announcement to make.
Good God, no.
No, definitely not. We're done having kids. Oh,
sit down.
Oh. This is about our show.
We're inviting you into our home to experience the ups and downs, the good, the bad, the wild, and the crazy. Home is the place we love to be most. You say we are the boat. We are the boat.
No, we are the Baldwins. No. That is it.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. We are the Baldwins.
The kids are cute. I mean, the kids are extremely cute, and they're so close in age. It's going to be wild. But do we expect this experience that is going to happen beginning July 9th to be part of the storyline in the reality show? Any idea yet?
Vinny, I think that that's an absolute because he needs to rehabilitate his image. You saw him to do that ABC interview immediately after this happened, where we saw very little remorse, a lot of entitlement and aggression, defending himself. And I think people need to see him sympathetic. They need to see him hurting over this. They need to see him apologetic. And perhaps a publicist has said, we're going to do this via a reality show. And that's the ultimate goal.
So where does he stand now? Do we think that after this trial, let's say that the trial goes and maybe it's a not guilty or he doesn't get sent away anywhere, whatever the result is, and he's on trial and obviously the world is going to be watching during the course of this trial. Afterwards, will Hollywood welcome him back with open arms? Will SNL invite him back on with open arms to do comedy?
Right. You know, Hollywood loves a good comeback story, and the Baldwin family is truly Hollywood royalty. I do think that if he is found, if he doesn't go to jail, I think that they will give him a beat, and you will see a lot of these people that he's known for 40 years in this industry throw him a bone. I really do, Vinny.
And do we know the actual number of children? Because there's so many. I lost track.
I want to say 7, but I could be, but that could be below the actual number. I believe it's 7 children, but that I could be wrong. They are clearly very proud parents. They clearly really enjoy that part of parenthood. So good for them.
And hopefully there's no calls of his daughter years and years.
Oh my God.
I know they've mended it and they laugh about it now, but that was another controversy.
They really enjoy that part of parenthood. They really enjoy something. Let's just be honest there. Whatever your name is. I don't remember. Sorry. Let's just be honest with what they enjoy, shall we? All right, I think. All right, they're going to go into commercial. I think I'm about done with what I wanted to watch off of here. All right, Jody, I'm looking. You guys need to let me know if you want to go watch the motion hearings, or what you're gonna do.
Was the set of Rust? We'll try to answer that question next.
I left my wife and 6 kids in New York to come here for a month to shoot this movie, and I'm the one that shot the gun today. I had a live bullet go through that woman's body and into his body. And I need to know, how did that happen? Where did that bullet come from?
How did that happen is the question. And the other question I have is, how chaotic was the set of this movie Rust? I think that's a real question. I think it's a real issue in this case. And I think prosecutors will try to hold Alec Baldwin responsible for some of that chaos as one of the producers of this movie and as like the big guy in the middle of it all. Let's take a look. You can see some of the action from the movie. Here's Alec Baldwin in one of the scenes. It's a Western. It's a real Western. But I don't know. The folks are standing right there. I guess that's fine. I don't know. I don't make movies. I don't film Westerns. I don't film cop shows. But maybe that's okay. Maybe it's not. Here's Alec Baldwin being interviewed, talking about safety on the set as we watch him fire away.
It seems like the safety on these sets were pretty minimal. Did it feel minimal to you? Did it feel, I mean, I know you have a lot of experience. Did it seem, subpar?
Any union has the right to stop filming and say, I'd like you to inspect the gun before we roll the camera if they have any doubts.
Okay.
But this guy Lane, someone who I'm hoping you're going to have some serious conversation with, who said that into the press that they shut down the film. There were all these things. We complained about safety concerns. Yeah, there was a misfire on a flag at one point. That happens semi-frequently. That's not unknown in the film business.
That happens semi-frequently, does it? I don't know. Well, back with us, actor, assistant director, and producer Thomas Johnston, and film director Stefano DeFrey. So, Stefano, does that happen somewhat infrequently? These misfires of these blanks on your movie sets?
It's never happened to me. It's never happened on any of the sets that I've worked on. We know that misfire happened earlier in the week. We also know that Alec Baldwin did not want to participate in many of the extra security, protocols that they wanted to advance everybody to get on board. We also know from the video footage, Vinny, that he was rushing people through. And normally an actor doesn't rush people through to go again. It's usually the armor that will set the tone and the pace of when the firearms are actually discharged and then to reload them again. So the question is, will the jury parcel out his responsibility as the actor and the one who pulled the trigger, and also as the producer who's culpable in a chaotic set? It's not normal.
Thomas Johnson, I want to show you something else here. This is Alec Baldwin. He has a gun in his hand. I want you to take a look at how he's using it and get your response to that. Let's watch.
Let me show you something. Hold on. Step back to your original mark. So 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, I'm getting up. Right. Then when he drops his arm, Halyna get out. He drops his arm. That means Brady's close. I'm going to start to really get up. Okay.
Looks like he's sort of giving directions with the gun. You go over here, you go over there. What are your thoughts?
You know, because that's what you do when you have one of those in your hand. You're like, hey, you here, this is mine. You go over there. By the way, you over there. You go over there, right? You over there. Let me point this at you some more and hope that nothing comes out of the end of it. So many words I want to say right now, but I won't.
Yeah, real or fake, you never point a gun at someone. That's movie set or not movie set. He should have known better. Everybody should have known better. And look, in situations like that, he did say something earlier. Everybody does have the right to step in and say, hey, this isn't safe. Stop doing that. Regardless if it's a PA, a production assistant, talking to a producer or actor, we all have to have that responsibility. He obviously should have known that, should have said, hey, stop pointing.
Ask you this, and we love honesty on this show. It's Alec Baldwin. If you're another, a co-star or you're a producer or a little associate, are you going to tell Alec Baldwin what to do and what not to do on the set? How difficult would that be for someone on an independent film like this, a lower budget film like this, where there's only one huge star?
When we start filming on my movie sets, I tell everyone, if you see something unsafe, say something. They have that authority, and I make that very clear to everyone. I get it. It's Alec Baldwin. He's probably very strong and, powerful man, but you still have to give that authority to people. And, the people who walked off the set because of the safety reasons, they're probably, did the best out of everybody in that whole situation. But yeah, I get it. He's a powerful man and all that, but still, you still have to say something, because we're talking about, we wouldn't be in this situation, right? Because lives are at risk when you're dealing with guns or any type of weapons. So I always encourage that.
Absolutely. And I think I love the way you said that. Is Alec Baldwin is being the big guy there. He's the one who should give that authority to everyone. He's the one who should make that speech. Let's take a look. This is more of Alec Baldwin shooting, and he seems to be pretty close to the camera operator. I don't know if this is normal, but let's take a look.
One more. I forgot the recoil stuff. No, right away. Let's reload. Here we go. So, Halyna.
All right, Stefano, I think you were referencing this before. Anything else you see in that little segment, that clip that was actually evidence in the prior trial?
One of the first things that's mentioned in the SAG guidelines is to have about 25 to 30 feet from the shots. And if you don't, it's extremely important to have a Perspex glass. I just went through this filming and directing a film called Stolen Doe using a 9mm prop gun, and we had perspective shields, perspective glass for the camera operators, for the cinematographer. It's not very expensive, Vinny. It's not a lot of money to have that. The second thing also is, you can tell he's violating the space, and when you're moving quick like that, it's hard necessarily to go in through that, post 30 when it's between 25 and 30 feet. But there's no excuse not to have a cheap piece of glass that you could have, and then you could even rent out. For us who are independent filmmakers, we rent that piece of equipment out. It's insured, and you save everybody's life. And it's just an extra reason not to be negligent with everybody's life on set. Another
layer of protection. Okay, we've got another piece here. And this is really about the timing, about when they yell cut and when the gun is fired.
So you had to hear, it was very quick. The guy yelled cut. So you're not doing anything. And then he fires after the producer, whoever that director, yells cut. Not great.
I don't think they were happy about that, Thomas, that he fired after they yelled cut. What is that difficult? Is that sort of a communication problem?
No. I can't really speak to that because I wasn't there. Shouldn't happen. Maybe he didn't hear cut. I don't know, but it shouldn't happen for sure. That's very dangerous. Yes.
Stefano, how about dealing with that, right? Because it's action films. You do these action films as well. You're in an outdoor environment. The wind is blowing. There's a lot of things, moving parts at once. The director is the one that yells cut, right? And everyone sort of reacts to that moment. What did you think of what happened there?
Well, I think Thomas's reaction is right. He's being generous to say maybe you didn't hear. I'd like to think that too, as a human being, as a film director. I'm hoping that's the one side, right? As people here who work in a collaborative art, I hope that's what happened. Again, I wasn't there as well. But if he's sort of not paying attention or thinks he can get away with it, that's the other side of the angle. He doesn't really care whether they're cutting or not, or whether, the armor is going to come back and get the gun or not, because he knows he's the bigger star, and he also knows that he's one of the producers on set. That's the more a cynical approach. And I hope that the video evidence shows more of how the conduct was on set, because it's either one or the other. I hope, if there's multiple examples of him disregarding the director's direction, then it's a character issue, a character flaw with Mr. Baldwin. If it isn't, and it's repeated, then it's real negligence. And if it only happens one time, then you give a little bit of give discretion to the person that they didn't hear it.
Now, obviously, we've been showing a lot of Alec Baldwin's actions this hour because it is, in fact, he's the one that's going to be on trial July 9th. However, there's other people who are at fault, and I think Thomas pointed this out early on. Like, it takes more than one here. Let's take a listen to some testimony from Amy Mitchell here talking about the armorer.
Did you ever take notice of where firearms were stored during filming or around the set?
I saw them on her cart.
And when you saw them on her cart, was she present?
Not all the time.
And was that unusual?
Everything about the cart was unusual. It was like that drawer in your kitchen where you just put stuff that doesn't really go anywhere else, the random things, and you're going to look for something, and it was messy to me. It looked different than what I was used to.
And we have an image of that cart. It does kind of look like a junk drawer, only it has ammunition and weapons in it. And you can see all the evidence markers there after the shooting. They went in and took a look at all this. Thomas Johnson, your thoughts about the cart here? How much chaos does this add to the set? How much danger does this add to the set?
Again, should never happen. And it's just like this set seems probably like one of the most unsafe sets I've ever seen. That should never happen. The armor should never have guns laying out, ammunition laying out, and then not be there ever. It shouldn't have happened. So many things on this that went wrong that could have prevented all this. It's mind-boggling.
Thomas Johnson, We'll be looking for you in Big Shark. Stefano DeFray's new movie, Stolen Dough, also out. I hope you will continue to join us as this trial gets underway. If you're not on your own sets at the time, we appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
All right, folks, when we come back.
All right, well, we got about 10 minutes left of that. If you guys want to watch the rest of it, we can. He brings on one more guest. I didn't listen to her. I don't know. I think they go over his police interview. I don't know. I'll tell you, Gabby, whenever I pictured the set and where I assumed was multiple firearms were, I always pictured them very neatly laid out and everything in its place and everything, here's this, here's that. So everybody knew what was different. I don't know why there was ever any live rounds on the set at all. There should have never, ever been a mix. Yeah, IKEA. So I don't know. It's crazy to me that that it was like that and it was allowed to be like that. It doesn't sound like it was normal from what these other two guys are saying. But yeah. And she's hasn't really taken responsibility for her part in it either. She's not been great, old Hannah. But at the end of the day, she's 24. She's doing 18 months. She's going to get out. She's going to have a life. She has connections. That's why she was there in the first place. I forget, like her dad or her stepdad or somebody is like a big armorer. So you think she'd be better at her job. But her mom is like out there somewhere. So that doesn't help. But again, I did see that the hearings were live if you guys want to go to that, but you've not answered me.
Back. Alec Baldwin's interview. A moment when he learns that Halyna Hutchins has died. We'll show that to you and get some expert analysis. Dr. Judy Ho will join us.
There was pounding on the door. Bang, bang, bang.
He said that we've seen his face and there was no way that he could ever let us go.
I survived because I'm a born fighter.
I survived. Next on.
Oh yeah, I forget you guys can't hear it. Oh my gosh. There we go.
Alec Baldwin spoke. I've been saying this throughout the program. Alec Baldwin spoke freely, and these moments are all caught on video. And I want to take a look at two specific moments, but I want to bring in our expert, clinical and forensic neuropsychologist, associate professor at Pepperdine University, and author of the book, The New Rules of Attachment, Dr. Judy Ho, back with us. Dr. Judy Ho, great to see you tonight. Thanks so much for being here.
Great to see you too, Vinny.
So there's two moments of Alec Baldwin's interview that I want to show you. Let's take a look at the first one. This is before he knows that Halyna Hutchins has passed away. Let's watch this one.
Today I sit here, and whether it was a misfiring theatrical round or a live one, I shot this woman with a gun today. Yeah, it just feels so good,
Come on. I can imagine that would not feel good.
I feel really bad. It's like everything was going great. The only problem we had was when these six guys wanted to quit. All I knew was the gun went off, she hit the floor, he hit the floor, he started screaming. He's in a lot of pain. She went into shock. She didn't talk.
Right.
Her eyes are rolling back in her head. And blah, blah, blah. Bad.
All right, let's start with this one. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Well, there's a lot of qualifiers, Vinny. And I can't imagine what he could be feeling right now. I mean, he did accidentally take a woman's life, but I think that there was real contrition. I can see that he probably feels sorry for what's going on, but I also wonder why the storytelling. There was kind of bringing other people into it, painting the scene, if you will, kind of being a storyteller. And I don't know if that's him deflecting because he feels nervous and he obviously knows that there's a criminal charge pending, or he's trying to deflect responsibility in a bigger way. That's really harder to know. But I did notice that there was just a lot of stories about other people's involvement and what they were doing, as opposed to what he had caused, even if it's inadvertent.
And what do you think about how people, and I say people, I mean jurors, would react to that sort of action? Does it make you, do you feel sorry for him, or you're not quite there in that moment?
Yeah, I think it could be mixed based on the jurors' own experience and their personal lives, and also how they perceive Alec Baldwin as an actor and as a celebrity. So if you look at this person and you think about him as a really skilled actor, which he is, and think about all his accolades, you might look at this and say, oh, poor guy, he's just trying to make the best of the situation. He's obviously in a terrible situation. But I could also see somebody who has seen the headlines about Alec Baldwin through the years, know that he has this temperamental side, to say, okay, well, look at him now deflecting responsibility again, which of course he has done in the past in various ways when speaking to the media about some of his previous outbursts.
And there is something about Alec Baldwin, like he's a star, right?
Yes.
But he has this presence, like wherever he is, you notice him, you see him, and he sort of, through his personality, somewhat takes control. Like even when he's being interviewed by police, it's almost like he's in control of the room, which to me is much different than most of the defendants that we see here on court TV. And I think that dynamic is different too. But what I want to show you now is the moment when he's informed that Halyna Hutchins has now passed away. Because up until this point, I think in his mind, because she was alive when they took her away, he was thinking that she's going to make it through. This is just, might not be easy, but she's going to make it. And this is when he finds out that she didn't make it. Let's watch this moment.
Okay, are we ready for, I do have some very unfortunate news to tell you.
What?
She didn't make it. Yeah. So Joel's still at the hospital, but the other person involved didn't make it. Sorry.
This is the one pass I'm going to give him. I will not judge his reaction because everybody reacts differently. So it's the one pass that I will give him. I will not critique his reaction. The only thing that I will say, not related to this, but because they kind of brought it up, but they didn't really go there. He's an actor. Do you believe him? Can you believe him? If he testified, would you believe him? He does like this interview over here on ABC where I didn't do this. I didn't do this. I didn't pull the trigger. I didn't. That gun, yeah, let's call it a banana. That banana can only fire if that trigger is pulled, from my understanding of the kind of banana it was. I won't judge him there on his reaction because who knows? You cry, you're crying too much. You don't cry, you didn't cry, right? We've seen now that. But at the end of the day, he's an actor. He's a good actor. I have liked him in most of his stuff. So, yes. Only Chiquita. Is there any other types of bananas out there? Any other brand? I don't think I've seen any. I think they've always been Chiquita. Is that how you say it? Chiquita? Whatever. I give up on today, so I won't judge him there. but I would judge him if he was sitting in front of me, giving me testimony, and I would probably judge him pretty harshly there that you're acting.
Maybe hear it outside of here. Is there something we could do for you? Doesn't say Jonah. But Jonah is one back there. Yeah, okay. Would you want Jonah in here with you?
That's incredibly different.
Yeah, I notice a huge shift in this part of the video where he learns that she died. I think in the first part, it's him telling a story. I think you're right, Vinny. He was so in command of the room, even though he was the one being essentially interrogated, right? I mean, the detectives were being very nice to him, but really, truly, this is an interrogation situation. But the moment that he found out that she's no longer alive, I think that's when you see the real shock set in. I don't think he knew what to do. And the last statement that he made, I want to go. That is a perfect way of seeing somebody regress when they find something so traumatic. We've all probably done it when in the face of trauma, where it's almost like you want to run away from the problem. You're in disbelief. And I see a real shift in his body language and his demeanor. Just everything became different after the news landed. And I think in the beginning, he was still in shock. I think he was waiting for them to say, no, we're just kidding. I think he was waiting for them to take it away. And when they didn't, and they just kept staring at him, I think that is when it really set in. And we're seeing this different version of Alec Baldwin than we saw in the first part of the clip.
Yeah, and everything I'm seeing there, it struck me as well. Like reacting to his reaction, to me was powerful. I felt like he really didn't believe it first, like wasn't expecting it, and the reaction was real. I mean, there's real sorrow at that moment. That like this is the moment where I see Alec Baldwin as so human.
Yes.
And I've never seen that from Alec Baldwin before. He's always large and in charge in a certain way with his big personality, very opinionated and all of that, sometimes confrontational. This is real. I think if a jury sees this and, even in light of seeing anything else, I mean, I think you may garner some real sympathy here.
I agree with you. I think in that moment when he first put his hand to his mouth, when they first dropped the news, there was a moment and probably several seconds of disbelief. When his hand was to his mouth, it was almost like he was waiting for them to say something else to make this untrue. And when they didn't, that was when it really set in. He starts clutching his head, he starts looking down, and then finally in a really tiny baby voice, he says, I want to go. Like you said, that is not the bigger than life Alec Baldwin that we're used to. This is a really vulnerable Alec Baldwin. I don't think he knew what he was heading into. I don't think he knows what he's going to do. And like you said, I think if the jury sees this, they're going to say, well, you know what? Alec Baldwin might have empathy. He might have empathy. He might actually care about this person.
That's important. It's so important. Dr. Judy Ho, I know you're so busy. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Before we go tonight, folks, please take a look at your screen. We have a missing child who needs your help. This is Tavanique Liasia Thomas. Tavanique missing from New Braunfels, Texas since June 27th, only 16 years old. This is what you need to do. If you see Tavanique, pick up the phone, make the call, 911, 1-800-LOST. You can call the New Braunfels Police Department in Texas. That phone number is on your screen. Let's see if we can get Tavanique to assist.
That's sad. Well, what do you guys think? Did that clip there at the end change your mind about him? Or did he just have a oh crap moment? My life is over. It's hard to tell. But I will say, as she was talking about him putting his hand over his mouth and wishing that somebody would say something else, I flashed back to a moment that I put my hand over my mouth wishing the closed captionings would say something else. And I can tell you that was real. That was real. 100%. I really felt I I felt a lot of things in that moment last when those words came out of the closed captionings. So, just kind of looking at law and crime chat before we start this hearing, I saw a lot of people saying that the judge sounds shady. She sounds like she's working for the defense. You got the ever constant, if anybody has money is on trial, the jury's been paid or the judge has been paid. Um, yeah. So I don't know, but we'll go check out this hearing for a little bit anyway. I'll start it over so we don't just like pop in the middle because that'd be dumb. Also, did you guys notice Court TV? You can't even comment anymore on there unless you pay, you're a member. I laughed when I rewatched it too, Kathy, because I was in such shock that happened. And then when I was chatting with her this morning before stream, you should have seen her screen name. It's never going away. Never going away. What do you do? What do you do? But anyway, so yes, you cannot comment on Court TV. Not that I ever did because I never needed to. So these are the hearings before his trial starts tomorrow. My plan tomorrow, this is my plan. My plans have not worked out so great lately. My plan tomorrow is to do an evening stream, not sure of the time yet. I'm hoping maybe around 6 Eastern. And just highlight first day stuff. So that way Wednesday we can go right live into day 2. But if that's not going to work out for any of you guys, I don't want to be talking to myself because that's no fun. Let me know. All right. So let's see what these are all about, shall we?
And the reason why I'm making that basis is we were getting some confusion on who was doing exhibits, et cetera, et cetera. And so I asked Faith to basically ask the defense team what was going on with the court reporter. And it says, this is from Sarah Clark. For the avoidance of doubt, Summer Green is a member of the defense team who will provide the defense with real-time and transcripts so as to avoid burdening the court staff with requests for records. So it does not sound that she is going to be the official record.
Understood, John.
So thank you so much, but you're going to have to move.
I've been requested by the state also to provide real-time.
There, that's what she said. So she's asking for real time. That's up to the defense whether they're going to give you real time.
So we, I think both sides are using Ms. Green when we realized that she'd been hired by the defense. We wanted the real time also, just to even the instruments here. If Ms. Green needs a place to sit, she's welcome to sit over here. I agree with the court. The official record is
that means that all the exhibits go through Faith.
Absolutely.
All right. So at the end of the day, she collects the exhibits. I'm sorry, David. All right. So if you don't mind moving, this is optics, and that's how it's going to be. I'm sorry. And then
Sorry, there's no closed captionings on this. It sounds like the defense hired their own court reporter, maybe. But the judge is like, no, my court reporter is going to be the one that keeps the official record. It's kind of weird. So let me know if it sounds good, because it's very muffled to me, but generally that means it sounds okay to you guys.
So,
Unplugged into audio stuff here so I can hear if we do the sidebars and everything.
all right, I'll let you do it today, but
And then I can
tomorrow,
just
yes,
so-
okay.
Thank you.
All right, so let me hear from you all on what I'm prepared to do is hear the motion on excluding late filed witnesses and then going into the motions in limine, and we can do state defense. What do you all want to do?
That's fine with the defense. I think many of the motions hopefully will be far shorter, and some of these issues, I think, have somewhat been dealt with briefing, because as much time today as can be spent on things to make sure we have an orderly and good trial, I think are helpful. Some of those were raised in the bills and some were not, so that's a fine system, and we're going to hope, at least on the defense side, to move quickly.
Okay. All right, so let's take up okay, State of New Mexico's amended expedited motion to exclude defense witnesses Ryan Winterstern and Christopher Zook. You can use the lectern or you can, yes.
You might want to turn that microphone on.
And just so you know, so everybody knows, if you have a green light, that means your microphone's on, and if you don't want anybody to hear what you're saying, you want to turn that off.
May I proceed here?
Yes.
So in other words, attorneys that are allergic to the microphone, turn the freaking green light, make sure it's on when you start talking, before you start talking to anybody else, so that we can all hear what you're saying, share with the class. It's not hard. Sometimes it is. Like today.
Your Honor, the state filed this motion on June 26, 2024, after the defense disclosed on June 24th a witness by the name of Ryan Winterstern, and I understand he is one of the producers of this film. Mr. Winterstern had not been disclosed by the defense on any of their witness lists prior to June 24th. And while they argue that the state had Mr. Winterstern on its witness list in the Hannah Gutierrez trial, we would respectfully submit that that's a different issue. So here, the state did not have Mr. Winterstern as a witness. And so we understand that the defense is claiming that the reason they added him is because the state at the last minute added this producer theory. However, as the court, I think, noted in one of the hearings that we had previously, this producer issue was known to the defense. And in fact, during the grand jury presentation, and it begins at page 186 of the grand jury transcript, Ms. Morrissey questions the state's expert, Brian Carpenter, about Mr. Baldwin's role as a producer. And so this is not something that was new to the defense. Under State versus Lemire and State versus Sanders, the state is asking the court to exclude Mr. Winterstern because, number one, we have not been provided with the statement that he is going to be making or has made. We didn't have an opportunity to do a pretrial interview of Mr. Winterstern. So as it relates to this case, the state has no idea what he is going to be testifying about or any previous statements that he made relating to this particular case. Setting Gutierrez trial aside, the issue is, what is he going to say in this case? And because of the late nature of this disclosure, we'd ask that the court exclude Mr. Winterstern. With regard to Mr. Zook, now, while the defense is right, the state did not request pretrial interviews of law enforcement witnesses. They were made available. Mr. Zook was set for a pretrial interview, but apparently he has left the sheriff's department. So the defense canceled his subpoena and did not proceed with the pretrial interview. So he was not interviewed. We would respectfully ask that because of the fact that the state has not interviewed these witnesses, and particularly Mr. Winterstern was disclosed so late in the game, we ask that the court exclude these witnesses. And unless the court has any questions, Your Honor, we rest on the motion.
The court does not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
So we'll start first with Christopher Zook. As the state has already conceded, the state did not actually request a pretrial interview of Mr. Zook. It is something that they do have to request. The defense did set up an interview that was for our own benefit. We did inform the state that we had set the interview so that as a courtesy, they could come if they wanted to, but it was not something that they requested. And if the party does not request the interview, then it is deemed waived. And at any point, they had an opportunity to do so. I do have an exhibit to provide to the court. I also have a copy for the state. And so I do have an exhibit A, which is to this motion, if I may approach, Your Honor. And what I've presented the court with is a series of emails that were exchanged between the parties. And these begin with the request that the state made for witness interviews in this case. And as the court can see, and as the state has already conceded, Mr. Zook is absent from their request. Now, the reason we've included these additional emails as well is because there were multiple occasions on which the defense actually asked the state if they wanted to amend or add any additional witnesses for whom they wanted to request pretrial interviews. At no time did the state then change their mind and say, yes, we want to interview Mr. Zook. And so that was deemed waived, Your Honor. And we canceled the pretrial interview that we had set for our own benefit for our own reasons. And so the state cannot now seek to exclude him when they did not take advantage of the process that was available to him. Additionally, with respect to Ryan Winterstern, it is somewhat ironic that in their motion, the state claims that the defense recently added Mr. Winterstern to gain some sort of tactical advantage, when really what we have here is that type of behavior on the part of the state. And one of the ways that we see this is that with respect to the initial filings before there was a dismissal in this case, when the case was originally brought before the court against Mr. Baldwin, originally, it had been clear that the previous prosecution team had intended to produce and to pursue a theory that involved liability based on a producer theory on Mr. Baldwin's alleged role as a producer. Based on that, we also then had a conversation with the new prosecution when they took over through Ms. Morrissey. And a conversation was had about the producer theory. And that was gone into in-depth and private conversations, at which point in time, Ms. Morrissey indicated that she did not believe that that had that could hold any water, that it was a viable theory. Later, certainly there was the grand jury presentation. Now, there was really not much of anything related to Mr. Baldwin being a producer. They didn't call anyone who was on the set. There were a number of different producers. I believe it was 6 different producers who were actually on the Rust set. They didn't call a single one to testify. And so it was not clear to the defense. And the fact that it was unclear to the defense is apparent in the fact that we have an additional exhibit, Your Honor, if I may approach.
Look like they just turned the lights on in the courtroom. Got Brandon there all of a sudden. I wonder if he'll show up.
And the exhibit that I've just now handed to the court, which would be then Exhibit B to this response, is an email correspondence between, again, the state and the defense, wherein, as the court can see, and I think the court will have to flip to the back page to see the beginning of the chain. And so on November 1st of 2023, the defense inquires and says, your target notice identifies 2 involuntary manslaughter charges on which he will be presenting information to the grand jury. We then proceed to ask that in order to ensure that the alert letter that we submit actually is efficient, that we don't waste everyone's time, that they identify the 2 theories that they're going to be proceeding on. The state through Ms. Morrissey then responded, basically just reciting the statute. We then asked and followed up on that to say, we assume that the producer theory is not going to have merit, and so you're not proceeding under that theory. There was no response. The state ESO could have responded, could have let us know. They knew where our mind was. They knew that we were thinking, because of the prior conversations that we had had with Ms. Morrissey, that this was not a theory that they were going to proceed under. Additionally, Your Honor, with respect to the witnesses that they've listed in the actual case itself, and this again goes beyond just the grand jury. In the case itself, the state has not listed a single one of the producers who were on the Rust film, not a single one. And so at this point, they have 3 different individuals who they're going to call to try to have them testify about what Mr. Baldwin's role as a producer would be on this film, what responsibilities he would have. 2 of those individuals have never been a producer before, and the other individual has very limited experience and was not actually on this set. So we sought, after the state had then disclosed basically for the first time to us their intent to proceed under this additional theory through some of the motion practice when we filed a motion related to one of their witnesses. They then first identified that they were going to move under this new theory. So we then, just a matter of days later, added Mr. Winterstern to the witness list, and it was for the first time. But this was because the defense was not on notice that they had intended to pursue this theory. And he was not on the witness list to try to gain some kind of tactical advantage. It was because he wasn't relevant due to anything previously that we understood the case to be about, which was, again, according to the indictment as well, it specifically lists the date of being October 21st, 2021. It does not list a series of dates. It doesn't list the length of time that Mr. Baldwin was on set. It lists one particular date. And so Mr. Winterstern was not relevant to the defense theory at that time. However, now we have added Mr. Winterstern, and the state cannot claim prejudice because Mr. Winterstern was a witness in Hannah's trial, and I'm almost finished, Your Honor. But not only that, he was the state's witness, and they did conduct a pretrial interview of Mr. Winterstern. And during that pretrial interview, it was actually asked by Ms. Morrissey what Mr. Winterstern's role was as a producer.
When was this pretrial interview?
This pretrial interview, Your Honor, that I have was January 8th of 2024. And so January 8th of 2024, he was asked a number of questions about his role as a producer by Ms. Morrissey. Ms. Morrissey also asked Mr. Winterstern about other producers' roles. Ms. Morrissey also asked about Alec Baldwin's role as a producer on set. And this is someone who would have personal knowledge of that, unlike any of the other witnesses that the state is calling to try to make out this producer theory. So there is zero prejudice to the state because everything that we would be going into in the trial has already been covered by Ms. Morrissey in their own pretrial interview for a witness whom they called in the previous trial. And so we understand that.
Hello, I'm muted. Oops, sorry. Hey, Bree, what's up? How's my granddaughter? Other than hilarious and perfect. Oh, that baby's facial expressions are so hilarious.
They're now trying to claim prejudice, but it's because that they know that this sinks their claim and that this is a much more appropriate witness than any of the 3 whom they've listed to try to go after Mr. Baldwin on this producer theory. So we ask, Judge, we are just asking for basic fairness and due process. There are other avenues. If the court wanted to give them another interview, they could do that. But again, they've already had a substantive interview of him, and we would ask that the court allow Mr. Baldwin to present this defense.
Thank you. Reply?
Yes, Your Your Honor, the issue is the court issued a scheduling order in this case, not in the Gutierrez case, in this case. The court set deadlines for pretrial interviews. It set deadline for witness disclosures. And the fact that Mr. Winterstern was interviewed in the Gutierrez trial does not obviate the need to have a pretrial interview of him in this case, because in Gutierrez, he was listed as a witness for the state. In this case, the defense is calling him. The state has no idea what he is going to be testifying about. The state has not been given any prior statements as it relates to this case. And as the court can see, Your Honor, what we have here is by this email is that the defense was put on notice, and they call it a producer theory. It's really not an independent theory of liability. What this evidence goes to, it goes to Mr. Baldwin's knowledge that his conduct on set was reckless, and it was in essentially wanton disregard for the safety of others. And his role as a producer made him keenly aware of the safety rules that apply on sets, what his responsibilities are. And so, as we'll argue in the 404 or the intrinsic evidence motion, this particular type of evidence is germane to the defendant's recklessness in order for the state to prove the involuntary manslaughter. They cannot claim that this is a new theory. As I noted, Your Honor, in page 186 to 187 of the grand jury transcript, which was attached to the state's June 21st, 2024 response to the defendant's motion to file a supplemental brief, Ms. Morrissey goes into great detail with Mr. Carpenter, the state's expert, about Mr. Baldwin's role as a producer, his responsibilities as a producer. Mr. Winterstern, from what we understand, has very little producer experience, but nevertheless, we would argue to the court, Your Honor, is what is he going to be testifying to in this case? The state has no idea. That Ms. Morrissey spoke to him in the context of the Gutierrez trial is irrelevant to the court's analysis in this case. Under Lemire and under Sanders, and in Sanders, it's 1994 New Mexico Supreme Court 43 at paragraph 26. The court noted a defendant's right to present evidence on his own behalf is subject to compliance with established rules of procedure and evidence designed to assure both fairness and reliability in the ascertainment of guilt or innocence. If the state had done this, you know they'd be up here screaming to the court that we have sandbagged the defense. Your Honor, the state is entitled to a fair trial as well. And so we'd ask that the court exclude Mr. Winterstern. Thank you.
All right, the court makes the following ruling. The court denies the state's motion. With respect to Mr. Well, first, with respect to both of them, I don't think that you've established prejudice, and to the extent that you want them excluded, certainly there are other remedies. I will have the defense make Mr. Wingerstein available for a pretrial interview. And with respect to Zook, I'm not quite sure now. They're saying they want an interview. All right. Is that a problem for you?
You can confer with the state and work out the issue.
All right. Thank you. All right. Remember, I believe it's 10 minutes aside, half an hour for lunch. So I'll start with these. All right. State's motion in limine to exclude evidence or separate civil suits against defendant and or Rust Productions. And you know, if you're going to do a reply, you're going to need to figure out how you're going to do that. 3 minutes for the reply.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll be brief. This one's
and I hate to tell you, I'm going to cut you off right away. Okay.
understood. Right. Your Honor, in this particular case,
that guy sitting in the second chair in with glasses on, that's not him. I always think that guy's him. I don't think that's him. He looks grumpy like he looks, but I don't think it's him. think I think he'll be there probably tomorrow. I mean, it is a criminal trial. She does. Hey, I am all for it. I'm all for it. 20 minutes per side. You figure out your time. I'll cut you off. We're going to lunch. 30 minutes. Be back. Be in your chair. That's it. Ready to go. We're not doing 4-hour openings. We're not doing 4-hour closings. I hope she keeps that going through the trial, like Judge Boyd. And I think that's just maybe Beck. I about said Bexar, Bear County, because that judge in the Tarnava, whatever his name was, there was time limit there, and I think there was time limit in Garcia. So yeah, I like it. I like the time limits. I mean, give them an hour for lunch at least. That'd be okay. But not today. Today you get a half hour.
Case, as the court is aware, there have been multiple civil lawsuits filed against Rush Production and against the defendant himself. Mr. Joel Souza, one of the state's witnesses, filed a civil lawsuit that has, I understand, has since been settled. There are 3 other states' witnesses, or 4, I believe, other states' witnesses who have pending civil lawsuits. We would respectfully ask that the court preclude the defense from cross-examining first Mr. Souza about his settled civil lawsuit. And there's a case right on point, which I cited in the motion, which is United States versus Whitehead. It's a U.S. 10th Circuit Court of Appeals decision, 562 Federal Appendix at 701, wherein the court affirmed the district court's denial of cross-examination on a civil lawsuit that was related to the criminal case, but that had since been settled before the criminal case went forward. And that's the issue with regard to Mr. Souza. The fact that he had a civil lawsuit and settled it is irrelevant and should not be allowed. With regard to the other witnesses, Your Honor, although we understand and the state acknowledges that under State versus Santillanes, the court noted that the pendency of a civil action by prosecuting witnesses seeking damages is a proper subject of inquiry. But the court also recognized that it's proper if the civil action is for the same offense that is being tried. And that's where the state respectfully submits there is a distinction between the pending civil lawsuits that 4 of the state's witnesses have versus what the court looked at in Santillanes. My understanding is that the pending civil lawsuits that the 4 states' witnesses have to do with intentional infliction of emotional distress and negligence as a whole in the filming or during the time that this filming was taking place between October 6th and October 21 of 2021. So it's not specifically related to the charge that the defendant is facing. Now, if someone had a pending wrongful death lawsuit, I would concede that that is germane and is subject to cross-examination. But because there is a difference between the civil lawsuits and this pending criminal prosecution, we would respectfully request that the court deny or preclude the defense from questioning these witnesses about their pending civil lawsuits, unless the court has any questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, the defense has no present intention of questioning Mr. Souza about his settled lawsuit. I'm not waiving that issue, but I don't think the court needs to get there today. The rest of this issue is quite easy. This cross-examination was done during the Armour's trial, as the court no doubt remembers. In that case, there was zero financial motive. In this case, there is a suits against Mr. Baldwin directly, and an extreme financial.
What are you doing up and out of bed, young lady? Do you think you're going to get a glass of water? Should have got one earlier. Jody, dang it. Is that him? Because he looks way different. She does look a little bit like Liv Tyler. You're supposed to be sleeping. I think it's his shorter hair, messier. He looks older, which I imagine this has all aged him. Just, I'll do us all a favor. Do not get plastic surgery. Don't do it. Well, this is twice today. I told you, go to bed. She did tell me yesterday that she is on US time now, so yeah, see? Just confirmed. Breaking news. Jody is now on US time. Oh, wait till the time changes, Jody. Do you guys change time there? If you don't, you're smart. We do, and it's stupid. I agree. And into the Eastern time zone, just so it's all easier. 100% agree. And if she wants to live in the US and still feel like she's in Australia, she can move to Texas because everything there wants to unalive you. Just ask Carmen. We've had a discussion about it, and there's nothing there that doesn't want to unalive you or hurt you really bad. Sorry, Texas. I'm never moving there. I used to think I was going to one of these days. But no. No. Yeah. Yes, definitely don't move into the Western Mountain Central Moose May time because that'd be really confusing. Oh, also don't move into specific time either because then we'd be late. That's just how that would work. So this motion right here is interesting to me because I would have thought it would have been flipped. But I get it. I mean, I think because it's usually the state that would want to ask those questions. You made a deal, didn't you? You're getting money, aren't you? But now they're saying that the defense wants to ask those questions. I don't know how it would help him or hurt him, honestly, but we'll see. My feeling is the judge, if she's ruling on these as fast as she ruled on the other one, that the reason I'm seeing those comments is because she's probably ruled in favor of the defense. But we'll know. Hopefully, we'll catch up too when they go to their very short lunch.
Financial motive. And number three, the lawsuits are exactly on point. It almost actually looks, if you look at the lawsuits versus the state's case, like they copied and pasted it. And I know this case seems in some ways like a civil negligence case, but it literally looks like they may have copied and pasted part of the lawsuits. So they're directly on point. None of their cases say what they claim. The case law on this is clear. It's actually one of those issues that's universal amongst all 50 states and all courtrooms in this country. You can always cross-examine a witness about their motive and bias. You can always ask them if that's the reason they're testifying in a certain way. And that's what the confrontation clause promises us, and that's what the Constitution demands. I have nothing further.
Any reply?
Just very briefly. Your Honor, it's a fine distinction, and it's made in State versus Santillanes. If the civil action, and I quote, was for the same offense being tried in a criminal action, absolutely agree, it would be subject for cross-examination. But I would respectfully submit that there are differences here between the civil actions and this criminal prosecution. So we'd ask that the court preclude any cross-examination.
All right, the court makes the following ruling. Evidence of pending lawsuits against defendant by testifying prosecution witnesses is proper impeachment evidence. The motion is denied.
I don't blame her. I think I would have denied it too.
All right, next up is
I think it's fair game.
defendant Alec Baldwin's motion in limine to preclude improper impeachment evidence. Is that what you all have as the next one? Or was that at the end?
Is there a number?
Is it
Well,
Baldwin?
that's the problem. In the beginning, you didn't number.
That's my fault. I'll take responsibility for all faults to date.
Okay, so you want to do these at the end, and you want to start with What do you want to do?
I'm happy to do motion, what looks to me like motion eliminate one from
Okay,
the,
we'll
the,
do
the,
these,
the
these other
defense.
ones later. All right. Defendant Alec Baldwin's motion in limine to preclude improper prosecutorial conduct and require an orderly trial.
And yes, Your Honor, I think this is a good place to start today, because this is sort of my main issue throughout the day and what I'm going to ask to address at various points. And that's why I'm going to keep my remarks so brief on my motions, because hopefully the court will give me the courtesy of a few more minutes when I need at the end. But essentially, the court has the papers. Their response that the state is allowed to burden shift in certain places, that's their sort of strongest response, misses the mark. I mean, even in the case they cite, right, what the prosecutor does, it's one remark in summation where the prosecutor says, I, of course, have the burden of proof. It never leaves this table. This is a very serious proceeding, and I have the burden of proof. Just so you know, though, you can consider, and then they make one remark. That's the context of any case that goes against these basic propositions that are also the same in every single state in this country. So the reason that I had to make this motion is because in reviewing some of the trial, and I haven't been able to get through every bit of it that I want to on this subject, but it's constant issues with controlling the prosecution from doing things that are just straight and proper. And so I don't know what to do in that circumstance. I've never made a motion like this before, but it's objection. This witness doesn't know that. Objection. They don't know how to identify the picture. We have plenty of other witnesses. Sometimes it was no objection at all. Sometimes the prosecutor just called out from the prosecution table and started saying, I would request the witness read the entire transcript. He can't answer that. And then there's the questions, and we'll get to this in another mill, which is constantly, every single witness, they'd ask a question, what happened next? And where was Miss Hutchins during that? Where was Miss Hutchins? Oh, she was in the helicopter. And then they would go on. And they would ask another question about the chronology. And they say, well, where's Miss Hutchins? She's in the helicopter. And so, this is, it's misconduct. You can't do that. You can't do that as a prosecutor. You're not allowed to do that as a prosecutor. It's very serious to do that as a prosecutor. And so eventually the court at some point stopped Miss Morrissey from doing the coaching, speaking objections. And then Miss Morrissey began, every time her name was mentioned in a question, she began to stand up and say, well, I'm being talked about in this question. And she began interrupting the proceedings. So I didn't know how to address this. I don't know how to address this, even as I stand before Your Honor. But my request would be objection, relevance, objection, hearsay, and nothing else. And in the very rare circumstance when an issue rises to the level of extreme importance or constitutional imprint, a lawyer can approach. If there's something very complicated, a lawyer can approach. But otherwise, none of those tactics and devices should be used at this trial. We've come a long way to get here. The court has been very patient. All that we want is a fair trial. And for the rest of this, I would rely on my papers. Thank you.
Response.
Thank you.
Interesting. Interesting. Your Honor, I think we can agree on one thing. Absolutely, without a doubt, and that's beyond dispute, the state has the burden. And the state cannot shift that burden to the defendant. Absolutely agree. However, there are those limited circumstances where the state is given latitude with regard to countering defendant's arguments. For example, the defendant comes in and, as the court has heard, presents argument that somehow somebody modified this firearm. Where is that evidence? The state should be allowed, and has been allowed, and in fact, in State versus Aguayo, which is cited in the motion, 1992, New Mexico Court of Appeals 124, the courts have allowed the prosecution to argue that the defense didn't present witnesses to support their defense theory, but the state has the burden. There's no question about that. So we would ask that the court give the state some latitude with regard to responding to defendant's arguments. And I can guarantee you, we will not, the state will not, under any circumstances, shift the burden to the defendant, because that's improper and it will not happen. With regard to vouching for opinion or for witnesses, I agree it is improper to vouch for a witness's credibility. But
there are circumstances, Your Honor, where the state is permitted to comment on the veracity of a witness as long as it's based on evidence. If the prosecution says, it's my opinion that this witness was truthful, absolutely improper, absolutely agree. But if it's based on evidence that a witness testified to X and there's corroborating evidence of X, the state is allowed and should be allowed to argue to the jury that this witness has testified truthfully based on the evidence. And finally, part of this, during closing argument, Your Honor. Yes, no, not during trial. With regard to coaching witnesses, Your Honor, which is the last part of this motion, I agree as well. A prosecutor must not coach a witness, particularly must not coach a witness to testify falsely or to phrase the witness's testimony. However, it is absolutely proper for the prosecution to meet with witnesses, to prepare to testify. The defense has taken the position, I believe, that any sort of preparation with witnesses is improper. I would ask that the court not allow the defense to try to imply to the jury that meeting with witnesses prior to their testimony is improper. Coaching, absolutely. That the prosecution to tell a witness what to say, absolutely agree. But to meet, to prepare for their testimony is completely proper. And we'd ask that the court not allow the defense to comment on that as being improper. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I have to say, I don't like these kind of motions because I'm not going to be bound by it during trial where someone shows me an order and says, this is what I said. I was going to tell you, but I'll tell you now, based upon the ruling, every time you want to say something that is not a question to your witness, you're going to come up to the bench. So you do not get to say objection, blah, 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 and then wait for me to say to come up. You're going to come up. And this happened in the Hannah Gutierrez trial. So.
Yeah, I just point of clarification. I don't have any intention of coaching during the trial other than the rarest of circumstances.
No. You have to come up to the bench and put on the record your objection. You don't get to.
I would ask to potentially address this issue. I mean, I don't think the defense or anything that I've done would necessitate changing the rules. At least I would ask.
This is can do what they want with respect to objections, and this is what I'm going to rule. So I'm trying to you all may not intend to, but you might want to try to get the jury to see what's wrong with that question and or make some argument to try to influence the jury. And if you're going to object, it's going to be up here and you're going to put on the record what the objection is and I'll make a ruling up here.
And may I just approach for just
Yes.
a second? So I'm glad I saved my rebuttal because I do want to address this issue, Your Honor. What I would ask and urge the court, because I think that this system could disrupt the ability to cross-examine and disrupt the defense. It is not, as I think the court will acknowledge, it is true, the court has great discretion. I think that deciding that before the trial even begins is an extreme use of discretion, just genuinely. I know that issue happened at the prior trial. I'm asking and urging the court to give an opportunity, at least to the defense, to just simply say, and I think my suggestion works, right? It's just objection, relevance. There's no other words coming out of my mouth ever during objections at a trial in front of the jury, and to allow us to have an opportunity to have what I would call a normal procedure. Because if every time there's any progress going on with a witness, they're standing up and they're making everybody come to the bench, they're disrupting the ability to cross-examine. They're disrupting the ability to put on our case. So what I would urge the court and ask the court to please do is to allow us, at least if after the first witness, even the court wants to revert to what they did later on in the Hannah Gutierrez retrial. But I can tell the court I've tried many, many cases. I've never had that issue before. I've never had that issue with one witness in one case. So I'm asking the court to at least give the parties a chance to do it. I also am very concerned about the time, schedule, and everything else. There are lots of objections that are just objection relevance. The court will rule. If the court needs to hear more, we come up. And I'm urging, almost begging the court to at least let us start that way. And then the court can, like this, and not hear from me further on this issue. Thank you.
I agree.
I'm not going to change my mind. I can see what I want to do is I want to start with you all getting the lay of the land. And I'm going to be in control of the courtroom. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm sorry that you haven't experienced this, because it can happen, and it does happen. So that's what I'm going to do. If you all seem to be doing well and you get it, and I'm hearing relevance, I agree, then we can perhaps relax the rule. But that's how it's going to start off. Okay? All right. So I don't know what I basically didn't really rule, except that I'm in control of the courtroom. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next up is state's motion in limine 2 to exclude UNM hospital records of Miss Hutchins' medical treatment.
I don't think anybody questioned who was in charge.
Your Honor, we have no present intention of admitting this exhibit. I don't think there's any grounds to exclude it based on redactions, but this case isn't about the medical issues of Miss Hutchins, and we're going to address these issues in another bill.
What is the bottom line? You are no objection?
No objection, Your
Honor. All right, no objection. Let me just write this down.
No, there was no objection. Oh, I'm not sure about this judge. We need your gift, Jeff, whatever. Yes, trust merchant. Dang. This is my house.
All right, so the motion is granted. All right, defendant's motion limine number 2 to preclude inadmissible character and prior evidence and statements unrelated to the events of October 21, 2021.
Good morning, Your Honor. It's nice to finally see you in person. Thank you. So I'll be brief. You just heard Ms. Johnson, in response to our arguments about the civil suits, say the civil cases are about October 6th to October 21st, the whole negligence. And that's very different from what Mr. Baldwin has been charged with. He's been charged with what happened on October 21st. And yet, when you look at the 404B disclosures that the state has provided, all of those disclosures relate to events that happened before October 21st. Mr. Baldwin swore on set. He cussed. And therefore, what? He committed homicide? Mr. Baldwin pointed the gun earlier or rushed people earlier. And therefore, on October 21st, he had a propensity to do it again, or he committed homicide. That's exactly the kind of propensity evidence that must be excluded, Your Honor. The state cites 3 cases about this. The first one, all of them illustrate it, but the first one illustrates it best. The US v. Reggio case. They say Reggio was a commercial trucking driver, and the state was allowed to introduce evidence of what he did before the commercial trucking accident that he was involved in. But when you look at the case, what actually happened was Reggio had a medical condition. His doctor diagnosed him with it. He went and he applied for his commercial trucking license, and he denied having the physical condition. He knew that condition made it unsafe for him to drive. He got his license, procured by that lie. He drove, he got in an accident, and someone died. And he was charged with involuntary manslaughter based on an unlawful act that he committed before. What was that unlawful act? He was driving knowing that he wasn't physically qualified. That was the predicate act. So the state said,
My show button is not working today. Hello, Pinky. Is it Ayana? 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 I don't want to say it wrong. Thank you for stopping by. And I understand about yard work. I only mowed certain parts of my yard yesterday. My husband came home. He's like, "What's wrong with the mower?" I said, "I don't know. I just mowed the longest parts because I don't want the rest to die because it's been so hot here." I really just didn't want to mow either. So, well, I appreciate it. Good luck with your yard work. Don't get too hot. Ayana. I think I got it. All right. look at me. I got something right today. Well, enjoy your yard work. Don't get too hot. Drink plenty of water. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. This is, I think this is going to be really interesting. I didn't really think that it was, but I like his attorneys. I may not like Alec Baldwin. I still want him to have a fair trial. 100%. That doesn't, I don't care who you are. But I think he's got some good attorneys. Obviously, he should, right? I like this. I like this guy so far. I like the young guy. I like them all. But that prosecutor, I think I saw her. I think she was a defense attorney in a trial that happened down there in New Mexico a while ago. She won it. She was good. So I think she is Miss Morrissey. We haven't seen her yet. I don't know who that other woman is. I believe, if I'm correct, it's the same one that did the Hannah Gutierrez trial. Uh, she's good. She's very, very good. So both sides ought to present great cases. Awesome. That is a good choice. Hopefully we keep you entertained.
Said, we're going to admit evidence of that predicate act. He lied to get his commercial trucking license. And that's going to show, A, the predicate act. It's also going to show he knew it was dangerous for him to drive. And they were going to bring the doctor in there to say so. That's not at all what's happening here. Mr. Baldwin swearing on October 16th is not a predicate act. It's not a crime at all. Whether he checked the gun or not on October 16th, not a predicate act. And so the cases that they cite, starting with Reggio, have nothing to do with how they're trying to use the evidence here. Now, it might be different if they said, look at Mr. Baldwin on October 16th. Look what happened. He was rushing people. He was pointing the gun.
Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. She's here. She actually arrived on mine and my husband's 32nd anniversary, wedding anniversary. Sorry, my stomach's growling as usual. Uh, she's healthy. She was 7 pounds, 4.5 ounces, 20 and a quarter inches long. She has the funniest facial expressions ever. They're hilarious. And she's very opinionated already in her couple of weeks here of life here. She she's gonna be just like this judge. She's gonna be like, this isn't my house. I'm in control. So her parents better hang on. So, but yeah, she is here. She's perfect. And thank you so much for the super chat. I really, really appreciate it. And thank you. So it's been fun so far. I've had, you know, grandma brain a couple of times but it's okay. It's okay. But yes, I appreciate it. So we love her very, very much. And her parents, my son and my daughter-in-law, they're doing great. They just slid right into parenthood and they are absolutely doing awesome. So fortunately, my son is off work for, I can't remember if he said 6 or 8 weeks. And then my daughter-in-law's off for 12. So they do have time together to bond and all that fun stuff. So it's good. I'm glad. And everything is different. So that's really fun too. Every time they bring home a new gadget, I'm like, I didn't have that. I wish I had that. That's so cool. Like I told them by the time Madison has kids, she'll just have like a hologram there helping her because everything is just crazy. And I know my mom went through the same thing, but uh yeah, yeah, it's insane. Aw, thank you. You are like too sweet. Yes, a hologram. That's all I could picture was like there's gonna just be a thing there. I don't know what it's gonna be, but it's gonna be a hologram of some sort doing everything. Yes, let's call her Hollow Nanny. Alrighty. Enjoy. Be careful. So many things outside. But you know what's not outside in my house right now? Skunks, because all the fireworks. And between us and the fireworks, they gone for now. But I got my spotlight. I keep an eye out for those stupid things. All right. Back to him and the truck driver.
He was doing all these crazy things on set. And look what happened. There was an accident. Someone got hurt on the 16th. And he knew it was dangerous to do what he was doing, yet he continued to act on the 21st in the same way, knowing that harm happened before. That might be relevant, but that's not what happened here. No one was injured because he swore at someone on the 16th or threw a gun on the ground on the 16th. They're trying to use it to show propensity. Reckless before, reckless now. They cite two other cases, the Coughlin and Lambert cases. Coughlin, they say, the court allowed the government to introduce evidence of his prior athletic activities when he had submitted a victim's compensation claim after being injured at 9/11. The state says, see, look, prior activities, case now about a fraudulent claim, 9/11. But the fraudulent claim charge against him was that he wasn't actually injured at 9/11 as severely as he said he was. Because look he's running around, he's an athlete. He's clearly not injured. So it had nothing to do with propensity, had nothing to do with he's a bad guy and therefore he committed fraud on the victim's compensation fund. It was directly relevant to it. Same with the Lambert case. It's a bank robbery case. The defendant was talking about robbing a bank before, planning the locations, plotting it out. And then lo and behold, not so long after, he robs a bank. He says, you can't do that. You can't admit character evidence. The court says, no, you were talking about robbing a bank. You were planning the location. That is directly linked to the fact that you did, according to the state. So all of the cases they cite have a very direct link. The evidence that they're trying to admit against Mr. Baldwin, it's all propensity. Mr. Baldwin's not a murderer on the 21st because he swore on the 16th. They're going to try to show that. That's highly improper. It should be excluded. Thank you, Your Honor.
May I please record? Your Honor, first, these other acts evidence constitute res justi. This is intrinsic evidence. And I can tell you, I'm intimately familiar with the United States versus Riego case because that was my case. Mr. Riego was charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And the court allowed the introduction of his prior medical records from about 2 years before the incident happened. So the traffic accident happened on September 7th, 2019. And Mr. Riego was driving on the interstate on a phone call with his wife. And then he unfortunately crashed into the victims and killed 4 people. The court allowed evidence of those medical records and allowed evidence of his application to get his commercial driver's license, where he indicated that there were no medical issues. And also the court noted in allowing this as res justi or intrinsic evidence, that this evidence goes to the defendant's reckless state of mind. So for involuntary manslaughter under the state statute, as the court knows, the state has to prove that the defendant acted without due caution and circumspection. And so we have to prove criminal negligence, that the defendant willfully disregarded the rights and safety of others. And the uniform jury instruction, and it's cited in the Henley opinion, that the defendant should have known of the danger involved in his or her actions and continued to act. So intrinsic evidence is evidence that is directly connected or provides context to the jury of the charged offense, and it's connected to the factual circumstances. So what the defense wants is for the jury to be, for the state to only be allowed to introduce in a vacuum the moments leading up to October 21st, 2021, when the defendant shot Ms. Hutchins. However, intrinsic evidence allows the introduction of evidence that's inextricably intertwined with the acts that form the charged offense. So I would respectfully submit, Your Honor, that this is the state has submitted this notice on June 17th as required, putting the defense on notice that these different videos show the defendant acting in a wanton and reckless manner. For example, there are 8 videos, and those are exhibits 61, 62, 63, 67, 68, 72, 74, and 76, where his finger is on the trigger when it shouldn't be. There are some videos, 7 videos that show the defendant sort of horse playing around with guns, exhibits 95, 111 to 115, and 65. Evidence of the defendant using the gun as a pointer, exhibits 91 and 58. These are inextricably intertwined with what he did on October 21st, when he pointed that gun at Ms. Hutchins, cocked the hammer, and pulled the trigger. And so that prior evidence, those other acts evidence, basically put into context what happened on October 21st and established the recklessness mens rea. In the alternative, oh, and there's another issue, Your Honor. So the defense are going to be arguing to the jury, and we've seen the preview, that this gun was modified and that it didn't work. Again, as intrinsic evidence, these videos show on a number of occasions that this gun was working perfectly fine. It had no malfunctions. Every time the defendant fired it, he pulled the trigger. There were no issues. So it is actually relevant to demonstrate that there were no issues with this gun. In the alternative, Your Honor, these other act evidence instances of the defendant's conduct are admissible under Rule 404B to show knowledge and to show lack of mistake. Knowledge in that the defendant should have known on October 21st, when he was pointing that gun at Ms. Hutchins, that his conduct was wanton and reckless. And we prove that by the evidence of the other instances where he acted in a wanton and reckless manner as it relates to this gun. And it also shows that there's no mistake. The defense is going to argue, oh, this gun just discharged on its own. I didn't do anything. This is not a mistake. Each time he had his finger on the trigger, previous occasions when he shouldn't have. And so I would respectfully submit that they are admissible as intrinsic, or in the alternative under 404B. Thank you.
Any reply?
Yes, Your Honor. 2 points, Your Honor. Number one, the state told you what it's going to do. It's going to try to show recklessness before and therefore recklessness on October 21st. That's propensity evidence. That is not what Reggio allows, not what Coughlin allows, not what Lambert allows. They cannot do that by showing what happened before is an indication of what happened after. There was no, as I said, aha moment connecting state of mind before to state of mind on the 21st. No accident happened. Reggio, the reason state of mind was inextricably linked was because he lied about his medical condition, knowing he couldn't drive. That's the proof. That was inextricable. It was a predicate act. None of these are. On top of that, most of the clips don't show Mr. Baldwin shooting. They show him swearing or putting a gun on the ground or taking a gun when he's lying on the ground and sort of accidentally pointing it. These issues are not what they're trying to show about the 21st. He's not shooting, showing a malfunctioning gun in most of them. They're trying to bring it all in, not to show what happened on the 21st, but to use it as reckless evidence of before and therefore after. She just told you that, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
All right, thank you. You're going to see me looking at my laptop. That's because I took notes on these matters on my laptop. All right, the court rules and reasons. Evidence regarding defendant's handling or firing of the firearm or firearms firing during the filming of Rust are relevant in that they have any tendency to make a fact more probable, to wit that the firearm worked properly during the filming and that defendant Baldwin was not handling the firearm safely. This goes to facts of consequence in this action. Applying the balancing test in which the court may exclude such relevant evidence of probative value is substantially outweighed by unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, etc., the court balancing test does not weigh in favor of defendant. However, any of the videos or any evidence or pictures which relate to Mr. Baldwin not handling or that goes to the defendant's the gun didn't work, and they're showing that it did work because he's shooting videos that show that he's cocking the gun when he doesn't need to cock the gun, goes to the negligent use of a deadly weapon. However, everything else regarding him yelling at the crew or telling people to hurry up, none of that is relevant, and that is propensity evidence. So I think that you all can look at the videos, look at the any of those exhibits, and agree which ones meet my ruling. And if you can't do that, then I'll have to help you out. Okay?
Help you out. Oh, thank you.
So denied and granted in part.
Thank you so much. Look over here and look. Thank you, Pinky. I hope it's okay if I just call you Pinky, for becoming a member of Team Koala. I appreciate that very, very much. That's awesome. Thank you. Makes my day. Makes my day. Oops. I'll get the streaming thing down one day. Yes. Check out Discord. You don't have to be a member to be on there, but since you are a member, you get to come into the members only chat. We have a lot of fun over there. Sometimes people get a little crazy, but it's good, clean fun. I don't think anybody gets out of line because we just don't let them. So I understood why she kind of split that ruling, because I do think what we saw earlier today in what Vinny was showing, Mr. Politan, to be respectful, he was waving that thing around and acting irresponsible with it before the accident happened. And I do think it was an accident. Why would that not be allowed in? Now, him yelling and screaming and everything else, I understood why she said that is irrelevant and that's not coming in. I'm sorry. Anybody that is even slightly watches TV or watches any kind of news at all has seen his temper tantrums, has seen him yell at people, has seen him be rude, has seen all the things that he has done. So they don't really need those to come in because that's all out there anyway. And most likely, this jury has seen him act like an idiot because he's so good at it.
All right, state's motion in limine to exclude irrelevant evidence and witnesses.
You know, the attorneys sound really good and the judge is super muffled to me. So judge wanted to tell the attorneys how to use their mics. She needs to take her own advice.
Let me know if you all need a bathroom break or anything. Otherwise, we're going to noon.
Yeah.
Now you need a bathroom break.
This is state's motion limine 3, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, we filed this as we understand that the defense plans to call Robert Schilling. Mr. Schilling was a private investigator that was hired, who was hired by the prior prosecution team. When Ms. Morrissey took over the case, Ms. Morrissey terminated Mr. Schilling because he had done absolutely nothing on the case, essentially. So in response, Mr. Schilling sent an email to Ms. Morrissey and copied Mr. Bowles as well, and essentially criticized the law enforcement investigation and essentially said, I can't undo this disaster of whatever, I'm paraphrasing, of this investigation. So it was essentially a strong critique. I would respectfully submit that under United States versus McVeigh, at 153 F 3rd 1166, page 1192, this type of evidence is inadmissible. Now, if there was, for example, evidence of what happened to the gun is going to be admitted. That's, the state does not dispute that or disagree with that. But just to bring in a witness to critique and criticize the law enforcement investigation is improper. And it's the type of evidence that McVeigh, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals in McVeigh, noted would be improper. So we would ask that the court exclude Mr. Schilling from testifying, because the entire purpose is to bring him in to talk about how disappointed and disgruntled he was in terms of the investigation, but there's a motive there. He was terminated and he did nothing in the investigation. We're also asking the court exclude Sheriff Adan Mendoza from testifying. I believe the defense in one of its responses indicated that they don't plan to call Sheriff Mendoza, but in the event that they do, we'd ask that the court exclude him as irrelevant. There is nothing that Sheriff Mendoza did with regard to this substantively with regard to this investigation. He oversaw his deputies who were conducting the investigation, but he wasn't involved. And so to bring him in again, it's just to set him up there to criticize the quality of the investigation. And we'd ask that his testimony be excluded as irrelevant. And I believe all he did was do some press conferences too. So I don't know if they're planning to inject that in front of the jury. And I would argue that that's irrelevant. And even if the court believes it's somehow relevant, it should be excluded under Rule 403 as more prejudicial than probative. The probative value is nil, essentially. There is another part of our motion, Your Honor. We're asking the court to exclude any argument or mention of the state's dismissal of the prior case against Mr. Baldwin. As the court knows, relevant. Those are prosecutorial decisions that have no place before the jury. I would ask that the court exclude any argument or any presentation that the state did that. We also would ask the court to preclude the defense from making arguments that are aimed at garnering sympathy. For example, that Mr. Baldwin feels remorseful is irrelevant. It doesn't go to any issue and it invites jury nullification. So that type of argument should be precluded. I believe they conceded on the biographical information because, as we heard during many motion hearings, that Mr. Bash was the former U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Texas. That's irrelevant. Mr. Spiro was a former Assistant DA. That's irrelevant. Just like my time as an attorney for the U.S. Department of Justice is irrelevant as well. Those should be excluded. And the last part of this motion has to do with arguing inappropriate legal standards to the jury. Again, I believe in one of the motion hearings, Mr. Bash argued that, or it was argued actually to Judge Ellington before the grand jury, that the only way that the state could prove this case is if they prove that the defendant knew that there was a live round in this firearm. That's improper argument of the law. That's not what the law is. And so, and I guess this is an issue that the court will have to take up as we proceed during trial, but just wanted to alert the court because there's been some argument in the past that the defense is trying to rewrite the law in this case, and that's improper. Unless the court has any questions, Sharon. Thank you.
Yeah, just to go through quickly each of the issues, because some of them are premature and I think we can push them off and probably won't raise issues. But to start with the testimony of Mr. Schilling. Mr. Schilling signed the probable cause affidavit in this case. He's an investigator in this case, just like Detective Hancock and the others. And there hasn't been a criminal defense case in the history of criminal defense cases where the defense lawyer didn't stand up and say the government's investigation was biased or improperly motivated or incompetent. That is Hornbook law. Why didn't you follow down this lead? Why didn't you put the gloves on? Why did you turn the lapel video off then? Why didn't you turn it on? These are all issues that are central to cross-examination in a case to challenge bias, improper motive, or incompetence. We've cited dozens of cases to you, Your Honor, cases where this wasn't admitted and it was reversible error. Schilling is part of the investigation. He's relevant to bias, motivation, and competence. He should not be excluded, number one. With respect to Sheriff Mendoza, we don't presently intend to call him. It's premature, I think, to exclude him. To the extent we want to call him, circumstances come up where it's appropriate. We'll raise that with you, Your Honor, in advance. But as of right now, we don't presently intend to. So I'd ask that you hold off on ruling because it's premature. With respect to biographical information, we don't intend to present biographical information, Your Honor. Don't think that's an issue. With respect to the evidence of what Mr. Baldwin's subjective knowledge was, we don't intend to argue that we are the givers of the law. Your Honor will, of course, instruct the jury as to what the law is. We do intend to argue that Mr. Baldwin didn't have subjective knowledge of a substantial risk to Ms. Hutchins' life because there wasn't a live bullet. In his mind, he didn't think there was a live bullet in the gun. You'll instruct the jury what they do with that, but that's certainly something we should be able to argue as to his state of mind. We won't tell the jury instructions. We won't tell them what to do. You will, of course, do that, Your Honor. And so you should deny the motion with respect to that issue. We don't intend to raise that either, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And again, if it comes up where there's a circumstance where it's appropriate, we don't foresee that at all, Your Honor, then we'll raise that with you, but we certainly don't intend to raise that.
And get garnering sympathy.
Same thing, Your Honor. We don't intend to raise those issues.
Okay, thank you.
You're
welcome. All right. The court rules and reasons as follows. The court finds that Robert Schilling's testimony regarding the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office investigation as to what he saw and learned during the investigation is relevant. The state will present evidence of its investigation and how Mr. Baldwin came to be charged as a defendant for involuntary manslaughter. Mr. Schilling's testimony addresses that part of the state's presentation of evidence at the trial, and the investigation is of consequence in determining the charges against Mr. Baldwin. The probative value of his testimony is not substantially outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice. I will reserve on Sheriff Mendoza. Nole prosequi is stipulated to that it will be not introduced. The garnering sympathy is stipulated to that it will not be introduced. And I'm not going to, certainly you all can describe an opening statement what you think the facts are intended to show, and I think that you can describe what Mr. Baldwin's state of mind was without going into the elements. Okay, so it's granted and denied in part. All right, next up. This is state's motion limiting number 3. Defendant Alec Baldwin's motion in limine to preclude argument, testimony, and evidence relating to Baldwin's role as a producer.
It's the defense motion?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Did we? Yeah, I just did yours. Now it's theirs.
Thank you.
Can I just give the defense some advice? Non-legal, of course. It's not really anything to do with legal things. Shouldn't even affect any jury at all, but it does. You better fix your client's face and his body language before tomorrow. I'm not a huge body language. Like, he's sitting like this. He's mad or he's closed off. He might be cold. It might just be the way he sits. A lot of men sit with their arms crossed across their chest. They just do. My husband sits like that all the time. I'm not over there going, what are you hiding? It looks confrontational, and he doesn't need to look confrontational in the least because we all know he is. So fix it. Also, when that argument, didn't it seem backwards that she was like, we don't want any sheriff to testify. Also, this former, whoever he was, investigator, yeah, he got fired. So I get it. I understand it. It just seemed backwards to what we normally hear. But yeah, I just keep looking at Mr. Baldwin going, you getting ready to yell at the judge? I dare you. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the state intends to introduce evidence of Mr. Baldwin's role as a producer. Even though Mr. Baldwin's role as a producer happened leading up to October 21st. As I just said a few minutes ago, Ms. Johnson told you nothing that happened before October 2021 in those civil cases is at issue here. The whole of the negligence, October 6 to October 21, that's the civil cases. That's not why we're here today. But the producer evidence is everything leading up to October 2021, October 6th through the 21st. They're trying to hold Mr. Baldwin responsible for what he did as an actor on the 21st because they claim he was reckless as a producer leading up to that time. That's a theory of vicarious liability in the criminal law that is not recognized. It's also far more prejudicial than it is probative because the jury's going to hear about what a producer does. They're going to hear about the producer being the boss, the buck stops with him, etc. And the risk is that they think Mr. Baldwin's responsible for what he did on the 21st because he's the boss, he's the CEO, he's in charge. But that's not a theory of liability, Your Honor. On top of that, there's no evidence at all, you won't hear any, that he hired Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, that he set the schedule, that he set the budget, period, full stop. What else did you hear? The state said Mr. Baldwin's role as a producer shows that he was keenly aware of the safety standards. Two issues with that, Your Honor. The state has said repeatedly in this case that Mr. Baldwin didn't violate the safety standards under Safety Bulletin number 1. He violated New Mexico law. They said that, page 29 of their opposition to our motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment. The fact that Mr. Baldwin was a producer is entirely irrelevant, highly prejudicial. It should be excluded.
I don't think so. This will be interesting. This is
Your Honor, as the court is aware, relevance does not exist in a vacuum. So the evidence that the defendant was a producer is relevant to demonstrate to the jury that as a producer, he is aware of his safety obligations, the safety duties, and there will be evidence of the bulletin number 1, which sets out movie set safety rules and how Mr. Baldwin indeed violated those. I think what Ms. Morrissey indicated in her response is that he did violate New Mexico law. But to demonstrate that the defendant's conduct was reckless on set, the state is also going to introduce evidence that he violated these set safety rules that are in place for actors and producers to follow. The arguments of defense, they go to the weight and not to the admissibility. They can cross-examine the witnesses because many state witnesses are going to testify that the defendant was the boss on set. And Your Honor, with regard to what this is relevant to, it's relevant to his recklessness because we have to establish, again, it's not just in a vacuum, that the defendant's conduct on this set was reckless, and therefore on October 21st, he should have been aware that his conduct of pointing a firearm at another human being, cocking that hammer and pulling that trigger is reckless conduct. And so I think that both sides quoted the producer agreement. There are no limitations to this producer agreement. And it goes to the issue of the defendant's reckless state of mind. And Your Honor, I just wanted to briefly address something that I think was relevant to the.
Tell me what the safety bulletin says that the producer, you referring to bulletin number 1, what are you relying on?
Well, there are a number of requirements as it relates to firearms that the actor and producers are responsible for the safety of others on set, for the safety of themselves and of others on set, that they are to treat a firearm as though it's always loaded. Do not point a firearm at another person. That is also, it's for both, Your Honor. These are set safety rules.
But what about, so you're not even relying on that?
We are, Your Honor.
In your response, you said that you weren't talking about the SAE guidelines, you were talking about New Mexico law.
Well, Your Honor, I think that these are two different issues that are being conflated. So Mr. Baldwin is charged with involuntary manslaughter under New Mexico law. And how do we prove that? We prove that by demonstrating his conduct, not just on October 21st, but in the days leading up, that by violating these on-set movie set rules, that his conduct was reckless. Because it's not recklessness in a vacuum from
You're talking about the gun, okay? So tell me what you think he did wrong as a producer.
So not just about the gun, Your Honor. So there are two, and that's what I wanted to address. There are two components here. So we have his conduct as it relates to the gun, but then his conduct as it relates to, for example, rushing the armorer to reload that gun. That goes to demonstrate his recklessness. There's no regard for the safety of other people. When you're rushing the armorer to reload this firearm, mistakes can happen. And so with regard to his producer role, there is evidence that will be presented that Mr. Baldwin, as a producer, should be aware of all of the safety regulations.
So I did have trouble wrapping my head around this, as you can tell, okay?
I understand.
So the jury's going to hear this and they're going to go, well, Mr. Baldwin was the actor that was rushing, but he was also being a producer at the same time.
It goes to, Your Honor, because it goes to the recklessness. So he is a producer, and his contract states he's also the leading actor. So he's got a dual role, and with both roles, he fails in maintaining the safety of other people. See, what the defense is trying to do is just basically pigeonhole Mr. Baldwin as just an actor who relies on everybody else, and he relied on this armorer to not give him a gun with a live bullet. But his role as a producer requires him, there are more duties imposed on him as a producer. And those duties include, and there's expert testimony that will be presented, that his duties as a producer, well, I understand, Your Honor, but if the court allows the expert testimony, the state will present evidence that the defendant had not just his role as an actor, but as a producer, it's heightened in the sense that he is supposed to be aware of the regulations, of the safety, and that's the most important thing.
I'm just having trouble with this. Okay, I don't understand how you're going to say, as a producer, he shouldn't have, as an actor and a producer, he shouldn't have rushed. He shouldn't have said, quick, move.
Well, but so as an actor, of course, he shouldn't have done that. But also as a producer, Your Honor, he is the boss. And as the boss, he is responsible for the safety of other people. So it goes to his state of mind, his willfulness, that he essentially, as the boss, failed the people who worked around him. And it gives him the power to control the safety. So as the producer, he has the power to control safety on set. And there was a tremendous lack of safety on this set. And so as the boss, he's emboldened to do whatever he wants to do. So this goes to the willfulness that the state has to prove.
Producer to do whatever he wants to do.
Because you're going to hear testimony from witnesses, if the court allows this, who will say he was the boss, he was calling the shots, he would rush people because without regard.
Maybe that's his personality as an actor.
Well, but that's irrelevant, Your Honor. With regard to his role as a producer, he has responsibilities, and he has a responsibility to maintain the safety of the set. Whereas an actor, perhaps those may be lessened, but as a producer, those are heightened. And so it's relevant to demonstrate his willfulness, the willfulness of his conduct, that on October 21st, he once again disregarded the safety of Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza and pointed that gun directly at Ms. Hutchins. And so that is why this is relevant. We can't look at this in a vacuum. And in fact, the court in State versus Duncan noted that relevance does not exist in a vacuum. Instead, it's the logical relationship between evidence and a proposition and issue that the party seeks to prove. We have to prove willfulness. We have to prove recklessness. So in order to do that, the fact that he was a producer and the boss is absolutely relevant.
Let me ask you something. So in the involuntary manslaughter, with respect to the first negligent use of a deadly weapon, okay, that's not the producer, that's the actor.
That is the actor, but he's also charged in the alternative.
That he failed to check the gun.
It's more than that.
Well, that is what was given to the grand jury, that he failed to check the gun and pointed a loaded gun at a person. That's what it was in the grand jury. So you want the producer you want to introduce that he was the producer and what he was required to do to be able to prove that alternative theory that he was supposed to check the gun.
Well, and that he wasn't supposed to point it at another human being and to pull the trigger. And so, and as a producer,
how does his role as producer, as a producer, he wasn't supposed to do that?
Well, his role as a producer goes to what he is required to know when it comes to safety of others. He has a responsibility to ensure the safety of other people. So it goes to the issue of his willfulness, that on October 21st, when he points that gun at Ms. Hutchins, he should know that as a producer, he's responsible for her safety, because that is one of the things that producers are responsible for, safety on set. And so the fact that there was a lack of safety on this set, Mr. Baldwin should have known that by his action of what he did moments leading up to the shooting of Ms. Hutchins, essentially show a willful disregard for his safety and recklessness. So it's not a theory of prosecution, it is evidence that goes to prove an element of the offense. And we would respectfully ask that the court allow the introduction of the fact that he was a producer, and that as a producer, he has obligations to ensure the safety of others.
And who's going to be your expert witness on that?
May I have a moment, Your Honor, to confirm? So we have two witnesses, Mr. Carpenter, who testified before the grand jury. In fact, he testified about the producer role. And then Kent Jorgensen, who is one of the individuals involved in drafting and updating the safety bulletins for on-set safety.
You know that Brian Carpenter was not an expert admitted as a producer in Hannah Gutierrez. He was a firearm expert. And he has not been admitted as an expert because there was no judge to get him to be an expert at the grand jury. So he has not, at this point, been admitted as an expert as a producer.
Right, and we would tender him. Obviously, the court will have to do its gatekeeping duty and role. Mr. Jorgensen, however, and in fact, I think there's a motion pending about Mr. Jorgensen, but Mr. Jorgensen is also an expert on this. He's familiar with what the safety guidelines require of producers and of actors. And so these are germane issues that the state is required to prove, and we'd ask that the court allow the state to introduce this evidence.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I hardly know where to begin, because I honestly don't understand the theory or the facts that they intend to articulate to demonstrate that on October 21st, Alec Baldwin, the actor, committed involuntary manslaughter. They said, well, the safety bulletins explain that. Two things. Number one, they already said in their response that the safety bulletins weren't violated, New Mexico law was. Number two, look at those safety bulletins carefully. I'm sure Your Honor's read them many times. They say nothing about the producer not pointing the gun. They say the exclusive responsibility of gun safety is on the prop master, the armorer, the first assistant director. Doesn't say anything about a producer. There are a number of actors doing the same exact thing that was required by the safety guidelines. Those are SAG guidelines for actors, armorers, the first assistant director, and the prop master. They say, well, maybe it's because Mr. Baldwin was rushing. before October 21st, and there as a producer, I'm not sure what that distinction is, producer, actor, and therefore on the 21st he was. But you just excluded the evidence of him rushing because that's propensity evidence. That's inappropriate. The fact that we're so confused about what the theory actually is goes directly to the prejudice that will far outweigh the probative nature of this testimony. And we'll get into Mr. Jorgensen and Mr. Carpenter later, unless Your Honor wants to hear about why they're not qualified to testify as experts on producers. I'm sure we can push that on. But the reality is this will confuse the jury. This will be highly prejudicial. They want to show that he's the boss, and therefore on October 21st, as an actor, he committed involuntary manslaughter. That is highly prejudicial, inappropriate evidence, should be excluded.
All right, so what I think is more appropriate is I'm going to revisit this, make my ruling, no more argument on it. But I think that we should do Mr. Well, you didn't raise Mr. Carpenter except duplicative testimony. And
No, that's just the cumulative expert test motion, Your Honor. That's correct. We raised Jorgensen.
Right.
If you want to do Jorgensen now, I'm happy to come back up and talk about Jorgensen.
All right, let's do Jorgensen.
Obviously, I am not a judge, a lawyer, or anything. I'm just a person with opinion. I do think it's important to know that he was the producer. Just because he's a producer and the actor should not be like, well, I'm just an actor, or well, I'm just a producer, so wipe my hands. I think it goes to show how much really he should have known then, right? I have no idea how she's going to rule about it. I don't know, Gabby. I don't know. Like, I think when they're presenting evidence in front of a grand jury, like one, it's a very broad. It's very broad of what they get to do, and I do believe it's just the state. I don't believe the defense is involved, and I don't believe that they present everything. They just are trying to get the indictment. So I don't know. And it does sound like, I don't know about this Jorgensen person, but the other one did, it sounds like, testify at the grand jury, but was not like an expert. But that state maybe can fix it. I don't know. I'm so conflicted with all this, all these hearings, because I'm going for both sides here, and it's weird. I mean, I'm doing it. I guess we should do it, but it's weird. We've not watched one of these great big long hearings, and it is interesting. It's very interesting, and I think we've got some good lawyers here. I really do. I think we'll see some good lawyering. I hope so. Anyway, I don't really feel one way or another about the judge. I haven't seen what the people were complaining about on Law and Crime chat yet about her being bought and paid for. I haven't seen that. Yeah, it definitely seesaw. Good. Yes, definitely. But I do think they should. I think the producer thing is important, but we'll see. See what she says. But again, see his face right there? I'm not being mean when they say they need to fix his face, but they need to fix his face. Like, smile. Don't smile. I don't know. You guys know as well as I do. We sit and watch a defendant, and a lot of people sit and watch defendants. Did he cry here? Did she smile there? Did she smirk? Like, did Karen Reed smirk? Did she do this, that, or the other? You say, well, they can't convict him on that. No, it really should be they shouldn't convict him on that, because sometimes people convict for dumb reasons because they're not listening to the evidence, because the defendant did something they didn't like, so it made him guilty. Y'all know how I feel about what he did. So I'm not trying to make him look anything, but he doesn't look good sitting there. He looks he looks mean, grumpy. Don't blame him for being that way, but dang, dude, calm down.
The state intends to offer Mr. Jorgensen on two issues. One is the role of a producer in managing the safety of the set. And the second is the safety bulletins that govern actors on movie sets. Mr. Jorgensen should be excluded. First things first, on the evidence of producer, his opinions on producer. Mr. Jorgensen has never been a producer in his life. He was a camera grip back 25, 30 years ago, never been a producer. We asked him, what is the basis for your testimony as to what producers do, know, what their obligations are on a movie set? He said, well, it's because I get to sit at the kids' table, these are his words, and listen to the adults talking. Your Honor, this is not the kids' table. This is the adults' table. Mr. Jorgensen has absolutely no expertise, and sitting at the kids' table doesn't allow him to sit over there and give testimony about what it is a producer is required to do on a movie set in a criminal trial on involuntary manslaughter, number one. With respect to the safety standards, Mr. Jorgensen didn't draft the safety standards. He's not a gun expert. He was a camera grip, sets up camera angles and scaffolding, etc. He is not a gun expert.
No, he does absolutely does that guy as a camera grip. He absolutely. He's just a camera grip, never been a producer. And in his words, he gets to sit at the kids' table and listen to adults talk. That makes me an expert. There you go. Yikes, state. Yikes. You better bring something. If, if that's, yeah. That is scary if what he says is true.
He's not an armor. He's never been a prop master. He's never been a first assistant director with the safety obligations. His role, as he described it, is administrative. They want to draft safety guidelines. Mr. Jorgensen says, I'm going to go find gun experts. I'm going to delegate the drafting of safety bulletins to gun experts. They're going to draft it. Not Jorgensen, the gun experts are. And then the gun experts are going to send it back, and Jorgensen wordsmiths and edits. But it's the gun experts who determine gun safety standards on movie sets, not Mr. Jorgensen. He has no basis to offer an expert opinion about gun safety standards, what the standards mean, how they're supposed to apply, because he didn't draft them. He's not the expert. He doesn't know anything about them other than how they got drafted. But how they got drafted is not an issue in this case. His evidence, his opinions should be excluded.
I could call Mr. Baldwin.
I mean,
He
yeah.
knows safety, or at least he did. Ooh, bringing the big dog.
Your Honor, Mr. Jorgensen teaches producers about their responsibilities with regard to set safety. He's going to take the witness stand. He can outline his experience, the position that he holds that allows him, that puts him in the position where he teaches producers about set safety. So I want to be clear. I am not calling Mr. Jorgensen so that he can come and just generally talk about this is what a producer does.
I agree.
I am calling Mr. Jorgensen to come in and talk about the producer's responsibility with regard to set safety. And Mr. Jorgensen is acutely familiar with this because he actually teaches producers what their responsibilities are and how they can have a safe set and avoid getting sued for killing someone. So we've got that as the first issue. Mr. Jorgensen is indeed one of the people who drafts the safety bulletins. I'm not sure where the confusion came in. Mr. Jorgensen is the chairman of the, it's on the tip of my tongue, the industry-wide labor relations. It's on my computer. My apologies. So in that role, what Mr. Jorgensen does is, here's how it works. Representatives from all of the different film unions come together. So we've got somebody from the Directors Guild and somebody from the Producers Guild and somebody from IATSE, and that's who Mr. Jorgensen is. They all get together and they agree and draft these safety bulletins. Mr. Jorgensen is one of those people who sits at the table, who drafts these safety bulletins. So his testimony is entirely relevant, one, because he actually drafts the rules that Mr. Baldwin is required to follow, whether we're talking about him as a producer or an actor or anything. And number two, Mr. Jorgensen sits with people from the Producers Guild of America to sit and discuss these safety bulletins and whose responsibility is what, in addition to teaching producers how to do this. So I think that his testimony is absolutely relevant with regard to, these are the safety bulletins. He lays a foundation for the safety bulletins. These are how the safety bulletins are created. This is a safety bulletin. This safety bulletin says, don't point a gun at anyone. Keep your finger off the trigger. Assume that anything that you point the gun at will be destroyed. Those are the safety bulletins that Mr. Jorgensen participates in developing. So his testimony is wholly relevant. Now, whether or not the court decides that Mr. Jorgensen's testimony with regard to a producer's responsibility as it goes to set safety is something that I think the court has indicated that you may want to reserve ruling on until you see and experience how the trial is unfolding. But there's no question that Mr. Jorgensen gets to come in and testify about the safety bulletins that he himself participates in drafting. Thank you.
She should be arguing all of these. She's making a better
Just a
argument.
few points, Your Honor. The fact that Mr. Jorgensen is allowed to teach at some university about how people shouldn't get sued in civil cases, it doesn't make him an expert in this court. He's never been a producer. He's not an expert in being a producer. The kids' table doesn't allow him to sit at the adults' table, period, full stop. He also is not a gun expert. Didn't draft it. They're going to have Mr. Carpenter come and testify about safety standards with respect to using the weapon, pointing it, not pointing it. Now they want a cumulative expert, Mr. Jorgensen, who doesn't actually develop the guidelines. He's not the gun expert. He admitted that. He doesn't develop the standards. He said, I hire gun experts to draft those standards. They're going to have two experts, one of whom clearly not qualified on gun safety, Mr. Jorgensen, testify, and then put Carpenter in too. This is a afternoon, a day of testimony of cross. We already have a short schedule, Your Honor. You should limit this testimony. He's not qualified to give opinions on these issues.
The court makes the following ruling. The court will accept Mr. Kent Jorgensen to be able to testify before the jury as to what the SAG guidelines say, but he has no qualifications to opine on what a producer does. He doesn't know how a producer implements those guidelines. So he can say these are the guidelines, but he needs to be a producer to say, this, as a producer, this is how I thought, this is how I meet these requirements. The other thing noteworthy about Mr. Jorgensen is that based upon his pretrial interview, which is what would have been the time to let the state know, or I mean the defendant know what he was going to testify about, he was all over the place. And basically, he was like, well, I relied on Ross. I didn't talk to anybody. So yes, he will have hypotheticals about, and he may maybe sit over there in the gallery while he's and listen so that he can opine. But I think that interview indicated on top of it that my finding that he's not qualified to know what a producer does. So he can testify about the SAG guidelines, but he cannot opine on whether what Mr. Baldwin did as a producer was good or bad.
So he stays at the kid.
All right. I'm going to revisit the producer. I'm going to make the following finding. I'm having real difficulty with the state's position that they want to show that as a producer, he didn't follow guidelines, and therefore, as an actor, Mr. Baldwin did all these things wrong, resulting in the death of Halyna Hutchins, because as a producer, he allowed this all to happen. I think that when you look at the relevancy, I think that one of the reasons why I think I'm having a hard time wrapping my hand around it, to be able to say, Mr. Baldwin, because he was a producer and he was the boss, although there are more than one producer, and he couldn't do anything without, looking at those contracts, he couldn't do a thing without running it by, including hiring somebody, without running it by whatever that entity is in the contract. But I do not believe that it has any tendency to make more probable than it would be without the fact that Mr. Baldwin individually as an actor committed involuntary manslaughter through negligent use of a deadly weapon and the alternative theory. The probative value is not substantially outweighed by unfair prejudice and certainly confusion of issues to the jury. So I'm denying evidence of his status as a producer. All right, shall we continue? All right, so we're going to the states now. That was Mr. Baldwin's motion. We have Jorgensen, we finished.
Or a lawyer, or a doctor.
All right. Defendant out. State's motion eliminating number 6 to preclude accusations of prosecutorial misconduct.
Oh no,
Your Honor, unfortunately in this case, or this case has been fraught with numerous accusations of prosecutorial misconduct. And they were raised in the context of motions to dismiss for constitutional violations. They were raised in the context of motions to dismiss the grand jury indictment. The court has ruled on those. Those allegations were perhaps relevant to those legal motions, but they're not relevant to what the jury is required to find. So I would respectfully submit, Your Honor, that the court preclude the defense from making arguments to the jury about prosecution. And that would be the main issue I would submit to the court, that the defense would be introducing this. And I noted on page 4 of the motion the allegations, for example, that obviously the jury's going to hear about the accidental discharge test that resulted in the damage to 2 internal components of that firearm. But to argue to the jury that that resulted in a constitutional violation to the defendant's rights is improper. The court has ruled on that motion. There have been numerous allegations of discovery violations and disclosures, and that they were designed to prevent the defendant from receiving a fair trial. Again, those are legal issues that the court is going to be deciding and has decided and have no place before the jury. That the prosecution conspired with law enforcement to intentionally damage this firearm, again, that went to the Trombetta motion that the court has already ruled on. There's another issue that there was a meeting you heard about in the motion hearing that Mr. Haig, Lucian Haig, had a virtual meeting with Mr. Ziegler from the FBI where counsel were present. And during that meeting, he asked Mr. Ziegler how he conducted the accidental discharge test. Now, while that is a proper area of inquiry for cross-examination, any implication that that was improper or unethical should be precluded, because under Rule 703, experts can confer with other experts in forming their final opinion. And there's nothing wrong with that. And so I had to bring this motion to the court, Your Honor, because I am concerned that there will be, throughout this trial, numerous allegations that the state has engaged in misconduct and trying to deprive the defendant of his right to a fair trial, and those have no place before the jury, and we'd ask that the court preclude that.
Let me just be clear about what we intend to do and what we don't intend to do. This is not going to be a trial about the ethics of the prosecutors. It's not going to be a trial about they should have dismissed the case a long time ago. They did, they took it back. Well, none of that's coming into this trial. No intention. What we intend to do is exactly what I discussed we were going to do with Schilling, for example. We're allowed to demonstrate that bias, improper motive, incompetence of the government investigation. We're allowed to attack the credibility of witnesses as it relates to the government investigation. For example, Your Honor already ruled that with respect to that meeting between Mr. Ziegler and Mr. Haig, that gets to be disclosed to the jury. In fact, the prosecutors are required to disclose it to the jury, you ruled. And so all of that goes back to the black letter law that we started with on that prior motion in limine. We're allowed to demonstrate the bias, the incompetence, the improper motivations. We're allowed to attack credibility. We're allowed to attack the fact that the FBI destroyed this gun, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of those issues are fair game Hornbook law. We intend to introduce that. The state shouldn't be allowed to preclude it. I have nothing further, Your Honor. It's black letter law.
Thank you. Any reply?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I think we may be in agreement. What the reason for this motion was essentially to preclude the defense from essentially making personal attacks and allegations of prosecutorial misconduct. We agree, and we will present evidence about the Ziegler-Haig virtual meeting, about the gun. But we just ask, given the contentious nature of this case so far, that we focus on the evidence and not on allegations, personal allegations and attacks during this trial.
All right, thank you. The court rules and reasons. The court agrees that the prosecutor's misconduct as alleged by the defendant in his pretrial motions may not be brought out at trial. The misconduct is not relevant evidence, and even if it were, its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice and confusing the issues. However, to the extent that the defense may elicit evidence about the Santa Fe County's investigation, the FBI testing, the Haig's 3 reports, and his meeting with Ziegler, this evidence is relevant as it makes a fact more or less probable, and the fact is of consequence in the action. And weighing it, the probative value of the evidence is substantially outweighed by danger of unfair prejudice, etc. All right. Thank you. Now we're going to, let me just back up and do these two that. State's motion in limine number 4. Let me just make sure I haven't missed one.
You are not getting it there.
State's motion in limine number 4, which is no reference to the potential punishment in the case.
There's no issue.
All right, so that's agreed, stipulated. State's motion limiting number 5 to prohibit the defense from arguing to the jury examples of the definition of reasonable doubt.
No present intention to do so. I know we'll discuss reasonable doubt, but those random hypotheticals, I don't think the court should preclude the defense from arguing anything that they choose to, where you decide the law as long as it's relevant. But we have no present intention.
You're not going to give them an example of reasonable doubt, okay?
Yeah, I have no present intention to do that.
Okay, and that doesn't come up, and that doesn't come up in voir dire either. Okay. All right, where are we? We've got defendant's motion in limine number 4 to preclude improper expert testimony from lay witnesses.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state wants to admit evidence from the camera grip, for example, about how dummies are made, safety standards for armors on set, safety standards for producers, etc., the camera grip. It wants to have the medic testify about the standards for armorers on set. This is improper opinion testimony that can only be given by an expert, not by a lay witness. The state cites the State versus Vargas case, Your Honor. They say it's a two-part test. Part number one is, can the lay witness testify about it based on personal observation? Part number two, can the lay witness rationally connect their personal observation to the opinion testimony? They say they can, because the medic has been on movie sets, it's personal observation. What the state overlooks is that before Vargas states that two-part test, it actually addresses a third one. That's the third prong of Rule 701, which says a lay witness cannot give testimony if it's within scientific, technical, or specialized knowledge. So Vargas says, testifying about movie standards, safety standards, armor standards, how dummies are made, the things that the camera grip and the medic, they want them to testify about, are within the specialized knowledge of someone on a movie set. As Vargas put it, it has to be only within the common experience and knowledge of a lay person. Now, how do we know that that testimony is not within the common experience and knowledge of a lay person? Because the state says so in its other motions. And I brought my notes up here so I can get the language exactly right. In one of its in limine motions, with respect to the cumulative expert testimony, that's motion in limine number 8, here's what the state says. Many people, like many jurors, are not at all familiar with safety protocols on movie sets. And many of the state's experts are being called to educate the jury with regard to safe practices in movie sets. On the Jorgensen motion that we just went over, Your Honor, let me read from that one too. Safety bulletins and protocols on the use and handling of firearms on a movie set, as well as movie production requirements to ensure a safe working environment, are not within the average layperson's knowledge. They try to admit Mr. Carpenter's testimony on that too. They say this is specialized knowledge, expert testimony. They try to get experts in on it, but then they try to say it's just lay opinion testimony that the medic can offer, the camera grip can offer. They cannot have it both ways, Your Honor. And in fact, Vargas reversed a conviction when the court allowed that evidence. That was a police detective who was allowed to testify about his experience with a stun gun, how it was used, how it was made, etc. And the court allowed that at the trial level. The defendant said that's lay opinion testimony. That doesn't satisfy that third prong. It has to be tested under Rule 702. The appellate court said, you're right, reverse conviction. That was an expert testifying because the average and common experience is not that of a detective. And so it had to go through the gateway of 702. The state has not offered, has not disclosed Ms. Schaefer, Mr. Looper, or any of the other witnesses on this set as expert witnesses. They never made that expert disclosure. And to the extent they did, we would have obviously filed an in limine motion to exclude them as experts. They weren't offered as one, so we filed it this way, as experts, because the medic doesn't have the expertise to testify about armor standards, or the camera grip doesn't have the expertise to testify about movie production requirements. We just went through that with Jorgensen. And so this is lay opinion testimony that violates Rule 701, that has not been offered under 702 or met the guidelines of 702. And therefore, any witness that they want to testify about any issue outside of what they observed on Rust, what they saw in other movie sets, what armors do on other movie sets, what actors do on other movie sets, is improper opinion testimony that should be excluded when it's offered by these lay witnesses. Thank you, Your Honor.
If I were the defense, I'd want this testimony excluded also. And let me tell you why it's relevant. Mr. Baldwin, part of his defense, and he's made these statements repeatedly, is I had no reason to think that Hannah Gutierrez wasn't a good armorer. I had no reason to think there was a problem here. This is what he says. He called Jason Bowles' office himself and said, I never had a problem with your client. I never had a reason to think that she wasn't a stellar professional. Well, Judge, you're actually in a unique position because you sat through the Gutierrez trial and you saw and heard the other people, the other crew members who worked on that set come in and say, we knew immediately this lady wasn't following the proper safety protocols. How do we know that? Because Ross Audiego has worked on 60 to 100 films and TV shows. Same thing with Lane Looper. Same thing with Sherilyn Schaefer. She's the set medic. She's paying attention to what's going on with regard to safety. These are not people who are being called as experts to come in and talk about set safety. These are people who are going to come in and say, we had safety concerns on this movie set because we knew from our experience, and by the way, this gentleman was the most experienced person on set, Mr. Baldwin. So if these other folks who had slightly less experience than him had concerns about whether or not Ms. Gutierrez was doing her job properly, this is the way that the state gets to combat the defense of there was absolutely nothing wrong with her. She was an amazing, stellar professional. This court knows that is absolutely untrue. So it is perfectly appropriate for lay witnesses to come in and say, I've been working on movie sets for the last 15 years or 20 years, or in Mr. Baldwin's case, 40 years. And I know exactly how these safety protocols work. And here's what makes it a little bit unique on a movie set, is that the safety protocols that take place between the armorer and the actor and the first assistant director is this thing that happens out in the open, where the armorer says to all of the crew members, all of these people who are going to come in and testify, hey, does anybody want to see the rounds? Does anybody want to come and see me load the gun? Because you're the people who are standing potentially in the way. So all of these crew members actually get to participate in the safety check, even though he's a dolly grip, as though there's something wrong with being a dolly grip. Even though someone is a first assistant cameraman or a boom operator, they actually get to participate in that safety check because it is their lives that are at risk. So each and every one of these people should absolutely be able to come in and say, I noticed that Hannah Gutierrez wasn't doing her job because Mr. Baldwin has told everyone Hannah Gutierrez was a stellar professional. We're not asking them for a bunch of technical knowledge. Absolutely, I will tell the court, I am not asking any of these witnesses to come in and talk about the difference between dummy rounds and blank rounds. Absolutely not. These witnesses are coming in to talk about, in part, their safety concerns as it related to Mr. Baldwin's conduct and the conduct of Hannah Gutierrez, and we can't really separate those two out because Mr. Baldwin's defense is she was really good. I would also point the court to, this is Farner versus, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this correctly, Pakar. This is a federal case, 562 Fed 2nd 518. The admission of the lay witness's opinion that the Pakar suspension system was improperly designed due to its failure to incorporate the safety change was affirmed by the Court of Appeals. Much like the federal courts have allowed lay opinion testimony based on the witness's particular knowledge gained from their employment experiences, keeping in mind this is their workplace, so too should this court. There's a case right on point. Thank you.
Few issues, Your Honor. I'll talk about the cases first, and we'll go back to what Ms. Morrissey said she's going to try to use these witnesses for, and that's expert testimony. The Farner case, it's a design defect case. Farner was driving a truck. The truck suspension failed. There's an accident. Someone died. His widow, he did, and the person in the passenger seat. His widow sued the company that built the truck. She got a person who had driven, his name was Curtis, driven the same exact truck before. Not the same one in the accident, but the same exact make, model, etc. And he said, I drove that same truck. And you fix that design defect by wrapping these chains around the suspension. It was a design defect case where the question was, is that design defect fixable? This was an expert testimony. This was fact testimony. The same with the other cases, the Kate cites, the Valencia case, the Munoz case. Those are cases where the people worked at the company that was at issue in the fraud. And they were asked about that very company. When you worked there at the company, what'd you experience? What'd you see? That's relevant to the fraud. They didn't come in and say, I worked at some totally different company. In my experience at that different company, I'm going to apply it here. That's not at all what happened in that case. This case is Vargas, based on the experience that these witnesses had in other movies. Miss Morrissey told you they want to say, I've been involved in 40 movies before, and applying my experience there to this one, these are the safety problems I had. Even though there's that's expert testimony, because it falls right under that third prong. And number two, it is testimony that they are not qualified to give. There's nothing wrong with being a camera grip, Your Honor. There's something wrong with being a camera grip and testifying about the safety bulletins for armors. That's exactly what 701 and 702 say. And Vargas says it's reversible to allow it to happen. I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, the court makes the following ruling. A lay witness can testify if rationally based on perception, helpful to clarifying an understanding of the witness's testimony or determining a fact and issue, and is not based on scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge. Particularized knowledge is acceptable here, although I don't find it here on what they intend to do. Lay witness testimony of what they observed on set, providing that it's relevant as compared to what they saw on other sets, makes a fact more probable than it would be without this evidence, and the fact is of consequence in determining the action, that is criminal negligence. It's they are not going to testify about the safety bulletins. They can only testify about what they observed on set, in this set, and what they observed on other sets, provided that they have a sufficient history to do so. However, again, we're going to have to decide relevance. Okay.
Understood.
All right, court wants to take a bathroom break. All right, let's be back here at 1:15. Okay.
Adair, they will. So right now they're presenting argument, case law, basically, on why, that was a bad pause, this should be allowed or this shouldn't be allowed, and this is why it should be allowed because it was allowed in this case, or it shouldn't be allowed because it wasn't allowed in this case, whatever the case may be. But yes, once all these things are ironed out and the trial starts, then all this, the extra stuff you're hearing, will go away. They just have to be able to.
Thank you. We're in recess.
Right. Back up their arguments and make their arguments. And so that's why you're hearing so much of this stuff. I'll tell you though, this guy that's arguing for, I hate this because I don't like Mr. Baldwin, but I, again, want to have a fair trial. I will say he knows his stuff. He doesn't have to have, he brought up like 2 Post-it notes and was still just, this is what it is. Like, good for him. Gotta get the state seal off before my dog sees it. She hates state seals. Wisconsin's more than anybody's. Don't know why. Maybe it's the badger. Oh, we had closed captionings for a second. Hello. That was not me. Do we have closed captionings? That'd be good because I need them for the judge. Also, I need to unmute for you.
Relevance.
Sorry. Yes, I agree. He's very knowledgeable. They better be ready.
So, into the last motion, you noted in passing before we broke that issues with respect to lay opinion testimony would raise relevance concerns or relevance issues. And I just wanted to get some guidance on the court from that because we anticipate, for example, the medic, as I said, camera grip, We also anticipate people testifying that a few of the other actors on set did their own safety checks, even though those actors said they didn't think it to be their duty. And so
the last part of what you just said.
Sure, let me approach, Your Honor, so you can use the lectern so you can hear me better.
Me?
Is that better, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. In the last motion, you noted that issues
Oh, sorry.
with
Dang it.
respect to lay opinion testimony would raise questions of relevance. And it'd be helpful to get Your Honor's guidance on that, because we anticipate the medic testifying, the camera grip testifying about issues that, for example, were not reported to Mr. Baldwin, so don't go to his state of mind, or certain witnesses testifying about what a few of the other actors did on the set with respect to checking their guns, when those actors themselves said, but it's not an actor's duty. And so we want to make sure that those issues are not introduced, for example, in an opening statement, when ultimately it will be proven, in our view, to be irrelevant to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, what another actor may or may not have done under the safety guidelines, or what the medic thought about the set but kept in her head and didn't report to anybody. Obviously, that wouldn't relate to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind without the reporting, or at least there's a question about prejudice outweighing the probative value of that when it goes to state of mind. And so it'd be helpful to get Your Honor's guidance on that with respect to these issues before opening, at least. We can submit more papers if you'd like, or
No, I don't want that.
I assume not, Your Honor, but that's why I'm raising it here orally versus submitting something to you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Does the state wish to reply?
Just briefly, Your Honor. So part of the defense here is this was Hannah Gutierrez's job. This is Hannah Gutierrez's fault. The truth is, Hannah Gutierrez wasn't doing her job properly, and everybody seemed to notice it except for the defendant. So it's true. We do intend to have witnesses say, I had concerns about the way that firearm safety was being conducted on set. In terms of whether or not it's relevant that other actors perform their own safety checks, I think probably just depends on how the evidence develops. I think my very first meeting with Mr. Nickus, one of the things that he explained to me is that there's a scene in the movie where the actor Travis Fimmel holds his gun to the back of the neck of the child actor. He's got his finger on the trigger and he's got the gun cocked. And Mr. Nickus said, Travis Fimmel would never have done that unless he felt safe with these firearms, unless he thought that these firearms were completely safe. Well, cut to reality now. The truth of the matter is that Travis Fimmel was one of the guys who every single time Hannah Gutierrez handed him a gun, took the gun and dry fired it into the ground more than 6 times to ensure that he tested every single chamber in the gun. So certainly if part of the defense becomes these other people pointed guns at each other and it wasn't a big deal, then obviously it becomes highly relevant that these other actors felt free to do it, because whether it was their obligation under the safety bulletins or not, they understood that that was a smart thing to do, especially when you've got this armorer who doesn't seem to know what she's doing.
All right, thank you. Oh, go ahead, reply.
Just some clarity, Your Honor, because I think it would be helpful both so we can get the court's guidance and so we can understand what kind of case they're putting on if they give an offer of proof of these issues. Because, for example, if the medic comes in and says, I had safety concerns about on set, that's an opinion about the set that wasn't communicated. It's not to say she can't say, I saw Ms. Gutierrez running around, I saw her doing this, she was moving quickly. Those are facts. We're not trying to get out facts unless they turn out to be more prejudicial than probative, unconnected to state of mind. But her opinion about the safety of the set, that should not be included. That's irrelevant.
She doesn't get to do opinion. I already ruled that.
Exactly, Your Honor. And so what we just heard from Ms. Morrissey is, well, maybe it's relevant that an actor checked the gun on set in a different way for Mr. Baldwin, or he checked the gun at all. Maybe it's not. And so to actually get guidance from Your Honor so we know what this case looks like when we're going into opening statement, having an order, excuse me, having an offer of proof on these issues, I think will make sure that we don't end up having irrelevant testimony included, that we don't end up in the middle of opening talking about something that the state is or is not going to do with respect to these important evidentiary issues.
All right, so to the extent I'm looking, I don't think I can't remember the people that testified in Hannah Gutierrez, but one was somebody that walked off the job, okay? And I think he has a pending.
Lane Looper, Your Honor, yes.
He did not testify during Gutierrez, Mr. Nichols.
Lane Looper walked off the job,
Well,
but he didn't testify.
somebody that was like the head camera guy walked out and looked at Ms. Morrissey because we were in the case. But so if he were to testify that I left the job because of you know, safety concerns, that cannot just, it has to be related to what you're trying to prove. So it would have to be related to Hannah Gutierrez. I'm not sure where I see, I mean, that's off the top of my head that it would have to be related to Hannah Gutierrez and them observing that this armor was doing a sloppy job, and when they observed other armors, just pretty much what they testified to before. But if they're going to say things like, nothing that would speak to him as a producer cannot come in.
Understood.
So if you're going to say, look, this person was sloppily handling the weapon and it doesn't relate to Hannah Gutierrez, then that's producer. That's not actor. Am I being clear on that?
I'm a little confused.
Well, I'm trying. I don't know. I don't remember the scene that you used, but let me just say this. So you're saying, you know, that this actor had to check because he didn't trust Hannah Gutierrez. Okay, that's Hannah Gutierrez. Okay, but let's say the shooting, Sarah Zachary. Okay, when she shot, there were two, and Sarah Zachary shot on the ground or something like that. You would have to tie that to Hannah Gutierrez because that's producer issue.
So let me see if I can help out a little bit in terms of narrowing this down. I do not intend to put witnesses on the witness stand and have them say, generally, I felt unsafe on this.
Hey, Ronnie, how's it going? Hope you are safe down there in Texas. I know my daughter is experiencing your wonderful hurricane that's coming through right now. She's been texting me. They're without power at the moment. So I hope you are good and staying safe and maybe are out of its path completely. That would be great. Because I'm waiting for this thing to pass them by.
This movie set. I intend to have witnesses say, these are the things that I saw with regard to the handling of firearms that caused me to feel concerned. And in terms of an offer of proof, all Mr. Nickus has to do is just go read the transcripts from the Gutierrez trial that he's been shoving down my throat for the last 5 months, because that's what I'm intending to have the witnesses testify to. This is what I saw, and this made me feel uncomfortable, and it goes directly to the defendant's defense of not my job, she was great. I had no reason to doubt.
Yes, but it has to be related that Hannah Gutierrez's
Agreed.
job as an armorer. You can't just say, I felt unsafe because people were screwing around with guns, because that might not be related to Hannah Gutierrez.
I agree with you. It has to be related to Hannah Gutierrez, or it has to be related to Mr. Baldwin's handling of firearms, which is directly relevant. I agree with you, absolutely.
In one clarification there, Your Honor, October 8th, 9th, for example, Mr. Baldwin's not there. If someone testifies on the 8th, I saw Hannah do X and Y and Z, and I felt very unsafe based on what she did, they not only have to connect it to Hannah respectfully, but they also have to connect that to Mr. Baldwin. Because if Mr. Baldwin didn't see it, then this comes back to the imputed producer theory. He must have known safety issues on the set on the 8th, but they haven't demonstrated that, and they have to demonstrate that to have any relevance to his state of mind.
Well, I'd have to hear what it was.
Of course, Your Honor, but that's an example. If a witness comes in and says on the 8th, when Mr. Baldwin was not there, I saw Hannah Reed do something quickly or act unsafe, that relates to Hannah, but it's not relevant to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind or his knowledge of Hannah. If they say on the 20th, I saw Hannah acting carelessly, here's what she did, she moved real quickly, Mr. Baldwin was there, he saw that, then that's fair game. That's my point.
Well, what you're saying is that he could only, the state can only introduce evidence that Mr. Baldwin was aware of, and I'm not sure that's correct.
If they're going to show that there was a safety issue on set with respect to Hannah Gutierrez on October 8th that Mr. Baldwin did not see or know about?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because the other way you could do this is that he was, with respect to, for example, David Halls, and how, you know, he said, well, he periodically checked the gun. And I'm not sure whether there was some kind of, I don't know how to put this, some understanding about how she was doing things that could be cumulative. I don't know. I would have to figure that out when it's offered. And I'm sorry.
No, the context is going to matter here, Your Honor. I just wanted to flag this issue because seeing the transcript in the Gutierrez trial, we did see the state try to introduce some of this, and we want to make sure it's connected to Mr. Baldwin.
We do not want a trial within a trial.
Precisely.
That's for sure.
Yes, Your Honor.
But we also want the state to be able to address that, you know, their theory that he should have checked the gun.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
I hope that was helpful.
It was.
Okay.
And it'll come up, and we'll ask
Yes,
for more
absolutely.
guidance when it comes up more precisely.
Okay.
I think I probably stand here, Your Honor, right? We've got the next in limine
Yes, we do.
on
Okay.
inconsistent statements. Is that right?
No. Oh, yes, no. We already did the lay witnesses. This is motion 95, previous contradict the state's. Let me use my list.
I think that's right, Your Honor.
Okay, we've done their 6, got to their 6, and
there's 7, I believe. Sorry.
No.
Or 5 and 6, I'm sorry. So
okay,
we're back
that's all
to
right.
5.
Let's see. So we're on 5. Okay. Defendant Alec Baldwin's motion limited to preclude argument and testimony that contradict the state's previous factual assertions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'll make this brief. In the Gutierrez trial, the state made a handful of important statements that relate to what Mr. Baldwin did or did not have an obligation to do, or the cause of the underlying harm. For example, said Hannah Gutierrez Reed is the autonomous decision maker. Or if Hannah Gutierrez Reed had checked the gun again, it wouldn't have made a difference. Or the training or not of Mr. Baldwin with respect to the gun is not why Ms. Hutchins died. It's because of Hannah Gutierrez Reed, and so forth and so on. We put them in the brief, Your Honor. Those statements contradict a number of different elements of how the state has argued this case in the past. And we expect that those will contradict how the state intends to present its case this time. 2 things. Number 1, the case law is clear that the obligation of the prosecutor is to pursue the truth and not convictions, if there's a difference between them. And so the case law recognizes that it violates due process for a prosecutor to present contradictory theories across 2 trials that relate to the same matter. Now, they're not bound by the precise theory or the precise factual, underlying theory, legal or otherwise. The cases they cite are cases like Fry, where there are 2 defendants, the government doesn't know who actually shot the gun and killed the victim. And so it puts on a trial saying this one did and then this one did, because the government doesn't know. Those aren't internally contradictory.
Can I interrupt for a second? Aren't you rehashing what has already been done?
We're not, Your Honor, because the case law is clear. We can use those statements as party admissions. For example, look at the Bradshaw case.
Okay,
that the state.
Just a minute. First of all, that's not in your brief.
It is, Your Honor.
No, just a minute. You're not going to be able to argue what Ms. Morrissey said as a statement of what the prosecutor said in that case. There's a case, I thought this might come up and I should have pulled that case, but Justice Chavez did it and it's contrary to U.S. Court case or federal court because it doesn't allow that in.
You know, there are two different issues here. One is, does it violate due process to do it? And the other is, are we allowed to present the state's contradictory statements?
So I already ruled it didn't violate due process.
Right. And so on the second, and that's what the cases say. That's what Your Honor is referring to. In the Bradshaw case that the state cites in its brief, it says, look at Justice Thomas's concurrence. Justice Thomas said the Supreme Court has not ruled on, and he wouldn't support a due process violation. But then you have to continue reading that concurrence that the state cites. Justice Thomas says, if the prosecutor makes inconsistent statements, that risks undermining his case because the defense counsel can present those contradictions to the fact finder, quote unquote, or close enough, to the Thomas concurrence. And in that concurrence, Justice Thomas says, involving two different defendants, agrees with Justice Souter, says the defendant in the second trial can present those contradictory statements that were made by the state in the first trial to the fact finder, and the fact finder can weigh those inconsistencies as it will. The state does not cite, and that's directly from the Thomas concurrence that the state cites. We're not saying due process. We do argue that. We want to preserve that. But we should be able to present. In fact, their own case says we're allowed to present those inconsistencies. On top of that, the state does not cite a single case, not one, that says we're not allowed to present those contradictions in this case. Not a single case. They say it'd be prejudicial. But it's their statements. Clear as day, what they said.
Let me find this case because it went to this. But okay, I'm listening. All right.
And they say 403, but Your Honor, they don't cite a single case that actually allows them to say X in one trial and then show up in a related trial and say not X or contradicts X. And we're allowed to present that. That's their own Thomas concurrence. In the U.S. versus Small case, for example, that talks about 403 and prejudice, says extraordinary remedy. They don't cite a single case for it, and they're asking for an extraordinary remedy. And all we're asking for is that the statements that this own prosecution made in this court, as an officer of this court, as Justice Thomas says we're allowed to do, present them to the fact finder here. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, with respect to the introduction of what are they're calling inconsistent theories, the U.S. versus Ganado Negro case addressed that specifically. That some courts recognize that while due process may prevent the prosecution from presenting inherently factually contradictory theories in different trials, there are those circumstances where there are evidentiary disputes about responsibility for a crime, for example, among several defendants. And in the Ganado Negro case, the court specifically recognized where there are cases where there are multiple defendants, as long as the prosecution doesn't present false evidence or factually or facts that are inconsistent, they can present theories that are different. And that's essentially where what the Ganado Negro case held. With regard to the admission of Ms. Morrissey's statements, Your Honor, we would be creating a trial within a trial. We would respectfully ask, now, while the court is correct, federal case law has noted that statements by a prosecutor in previous trials may be admissible as admissions by a party opponent. The state, I would submit to this court, is different, and this court can exclude those statements. This would be essentially Ms. Morrissey having to defend her previous statements. We're going to be doing essentially a trial within a trial, and we'd ask that the court exclude any statements made by Ms. Morrissey. And if I may just have a moment, Your Honor, I think I can pull that case that the court was referencing. But under Ganado Negro, the state should not be bound to the exact same theory of prosecution that it followed in the Gutierrez trial. This is a different trial. The facts are slightly different as they relate to this defendant's culpability. Unless the court has any questions, Your Honor.
No, I want to find that. It's not, it can be dispositive on other issues, but I want to find that case. I should have just pulled it. Yes.
The attorneys are getting their steps in today. Good for them.
Two things. As a precaution, if Your Honor would like to reserve on the issue, we can take a look at the case. You can hear a few minutes of additional argument after we've read it. That might be prudent, respectfully. Number two, you heard Ms. Johnson say, it's going to be a trial within a trial. It's 4 statements. The state made them. You just heard her say that the case law allows us to introduce the contradiction. She didn't cite a single case saying otherwise. She said it allows that. They've admitted that. Due process aside, that's the Garnegro case that she cites. If they want to present an inconsistent theory, then obviously we reserve and preserve the due process issue. But if they want to raise an inconsistent theory, then by all means, Justice Thomas says they can do that in his view, but you're allowed to show that it's a contradiction from what they said before.
All right, thank you. Well, that doesn't mean the court has to, so we'll take a look at that. You could find that, and it was Justice Chavez. All right. Okay, we're on. Steve.
I'll take the garden egg roll case over.
Okay, state's motion in limine 7 to prohibit use or testimony of OHSB summary of investigation.
Whatever week that was. I think that was last week. I don't know.
We have attached as an exhibit the summary of investigation that it seems clear that the defense would like to have admitted as an exhibit. So I want to address 2 issues. One, should the summary of investigation be admitted as an exhibit? And 2, should the findings, which I would argue are legal conclusions, be allowed in as testimony? So we've got the summary of investigation is hearsay. The public records exception to hearsay it was never intended to permit something like the summary of investigation to be admitted as an exhibit because it contains legal conclusions. It's actually findings and conclusions. That's what they call it. It contains legal conclusions. It is based on a law enforcement investigation. That's all OSHA does. OSHA enforces the Occupational Health and Safety Act. And in addition to that, the summary of investigation, as you can see, has numerous instances of hearsay within hearsay. And while the defense responded and said Ms. Morrissey hasn't pointed any of those things out to the court, well, they're all highlighted in the attachment. So yes, it's true. I didn't cut and paste everything from the attachment into my motion in limine, understanding that we do have page limits that the court has been concerned with. I can pull up the exhibit and I can certainly go through all of the different quotes where OSHA investigators say they actually put people's statements in quotes during the investigation. So that's hearsay within hearsay. Those quotes don't come in. The findings and conclusions are legal conclusions. So those don't come in because we can't have the jury hearing that Mr. Montoya and Mr. Genoway came to these conclusions, because it's going to cause the jury to think that they now have to come to the same conclusion. The problem with the OSHA report generally is that, one, they didn't do a very complete investigation, and I outlined very specific instances of where their investigation fails. And in addition to that, every time I read the OSHA summary of investigation, I say to myself, what is the relevance of this? What does this have to do with the case against Mr. Baldwin? And I want to put kind of in perspective, admitting not only the report, but testimony about the report is like let's say we're having a DWI trial, and it's a jury trial, and the jury gets to hear about the MVD revocation hearing. That's kind of what this is, only the MVD revocation hearing would actually be arguably more relevant and possibly more admissible than the OSHA, because OSHA is not concerned largely with the conduct of individuals. As you can see, Judge, the OSHA report basically says Hannah Gutierrez didn't do anything wrong. Well, we know Hannah Gutierrez did something wrong. We did an entire trial about it, and a jury convicted her in 2 hours. So it has nothing to do with the charges against Mr. Baldwin. Now, having said that, can the state or the defense call these witnesses that were interviewed by OSHA, put them up on the witness stand? Mr. Halls was interviewed, Mr. Baldwin was interviewed, Ms. Gutierrez was interviewed, numerous witnesses were interviewed. Can we call them and put them up on the witness stand and then refresh or impeach them with the statements that they gave to OSHA? Absolutely, as long as the testimony that they're giving in the witness stand is relevant to the issues in this case. And I'll tell you, on its face, I don't disagree with the findings of OSHA. OSHA found that Rust Productions was responsible under the New Mexico Health and Safety Act for allowing this hazard to be happening on this workplace. I completely agree with them. That doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Mr. Baldwin is guilty of manslaughter. The other thing that I want to point out is defense wants to do this thing where they don't, Mr. Baldwin being a producer, but what's critical about the OSHA report is the OSHA report says it was the fault of the bosses. It was the fault of the producers. So if the OSHA report gets to be discussed and we get to hear testimony from Mr. Genoway and Mr. Montoya about the fact that this death was the fault of the producers, then we absolutely at that point get to point out that he's one of them. And he was in a position where he got to do whatever he wanted because he was a producer. So if the court is going to prevent us from raising the issue of Mr. Baldwin being a producer, and I respect the court's ruling, absolutely, then the OSHA decisions can't be discussed because they go directly to the fact that he's a producer. And that will open up this issue that I've had with Mr. Montoya in the past, where Mr. Montoya came up with this kind of fake notion of Mr. Baldwin's a producer, but he's not really responsible for anything other than creative. And Mr. Montoya came to that conclusion because he never looked at the contract and he just talked to Mr. Baldwin. When you look at the contract, and I put the language in our response, or I'm sorry, in my motion, he's absolutely a full producer. There are no limitations on his role as a producer. The language in the producer contract says
he is expected to fulfill all of the duties traditionally known by movie producers. It doesn't say there's any restriction at all. So we've got some difficulty here because if they want it in, then producer comes in. If it stays out, producer stays out. So I would ask the court to look at it in that way. If OSHA comes in, the fact that he's a producer becomes highly relevant at that point in time. Thank you.
Three quick points, Your Honor. Number one, we've cited cases saying it's admissible. 8038C says if it's a criminal case, there's a factual finding, and it's a legally authorized report, it comes in under the hearsay exception. We've cited cases on that. Number two, Jorgensen, their expert witness who's going to testify under Your Honor's ruling as to the safety.
Not an expert witness.
Jorgensen?
No, he's going to just testify about the guidelines. He doesn't get to provide an opinion.
Your Honor, Jorgensen has no factual knowledge of the rest set. What he.
Wait a second. Jorgensen is the guy with the SAG guidelines, right?
That's right.
So I ruled that he gets to testify about the SAG guidelines, but he doesn't get to provide an opinion about the safety.
Correct, Your Honor. And one of the issues is that, and we may use it or we may not, but when he was asked at his pretrial interview, what did you do to prepare for giving your opinion? He said, well, I didn't talk to anybody, some hearsay. I read the OSHA report a lot because he's an OSHA guy. That's his background. And so to the extent we think it's necessary to raise that, then that would be the limited context. And so ultimately, because it's admissible and because it may relate to their witness, we may have to raise it. And so that's the context in which it could come up. Number three, just for clarity, the report didn't say the producers are responsible. It said Rest Productions LLC, that's one person's company, is the employer, and the employer, not Alec Baldwin, the employer is the one that is being fined under that report. And so there's a very big difference between saying Rust Productions is responsible for violating these OSHA rules and saying that Alec Baldwin is a producer and he had a contract with Rust Productions and therefore he's responsible. That's not all what the report said. So these are not linked in the way that Ms. Morrissey described. Nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Court makes the following ruling. I already ruled that producer liability or whatever does not come in. So this OSHA report is specifically prepared by OSHA to go in and investigate whether the employer had any responsibility, and they were in fact fined. If that testimony comes in and by oral and including written, then you have opened the door to producer. And with respect to you saying that the only reason why we may bring it up is because Jorgensen may mention it. Jorgensen's not going to mention it because I already said only safety guidelines. Okay? All right. Okay, so that's granted.
So I'm not sure. Would have to go back and find it, and I'm not going to do that right at the moment. That when the prosecutor, when she was a defense attorney, and she did the some kind of professional skier that moved out there to New Mexico, he ended up unaliving somebody that had entered his home, or I don't remember exactly the scenario that was around it, but I thought her expert in that trial also had the last name of Jorgensen. And hats off to the CC for spelling it right. And I only know that because I know people with that last name, and that's how they spell it. And it was always misspelled for them because they always spell the S-O-N, and people can't say it. But interesting that unless he has a brother that does something with skiing or something, it's just not a common last name. And I'm positive I heard that in that trial. Doesn't matter. Has nothing to do with this one. Just a fun fact that may not even be one.
I want to keep track of my omnibus order. All right. Defendant Alec Baldwin's motion eliminate to preclude argument, evidence, and testimony regarding the victim.
Thank you, Your Honor. We addressed this briefly earlier when I withdrew our request to admit the medical records. It's axiomatic and not disputed that a victim's good character and all the wonderful things about them is not relevant to a criminal trial. They don't really dispute that. What they do is they try to sort of come up with ways to backdoor that evidence by giving other reasons. Like they say, well, we need to explain why Mr. Souza hired Ms. Hutchins. And so Mr. Souza needs to explain all the background about Ms. Hutchins in order to explain his hiring process, which is, of course, completely irrelevant in the first place and an obvious backdoor and not particularly intellectually honest. Then they say, well, the reason we have to explain where she was born and how she grew up is because there's one moment in this case in thousands of pages in which one witness mentions that she speaks Russian to another witness. So in order to understand that, you have to understand where she grew up in Ukraine and all of that, and her childhood and all of that to understand that. And of course, that's also intellectually dishonest. And all you have to say, if you care about making sure this court is and this jury does not, decide this based on emotion and sympathy and the wrong reasons, is you have to say, did she speak Russian? Yes. Did you understand she understood Russian? Yes. You don't have to go into the 30 years of history here. So that's the way to deal with that. In terms of exhibits, it's also very, very simple. They talk about the lapels. I agree with them. The lapels at the scene are relevant. You don't show the positions of the bodies on the ground. It's not relevant. It's not in dispute. It's not a fact in dispute. It doesn't tend to prove anything. I agree with them. The autopsy is relevant, not the photos. The photos don't help anything. The person who's doing the autopsy is more than sufficient. And let me say something else. And this is why I wanted to quickly withdraw the application for the medical records, which is we don't dispute anything about any of this. This is not an issue in this case. You will not hear us cross-examining or questioning the fact that she passed away or the cause. In the other trial in which you presided off, there was at least some testimony, some indicia that they intended to proceed that way. And maybe that had something to do with why so much of that evidence came in. That is not an issue in this trial. It's just not. And so every single time that evidence comes in, it's wholly irrelevant because I've just told the court we're not making an issue of it, and it's extremely prejudicial. It is the most extreme possible weighing of the scales that one could ever have, because it is completely irrelevant. Because I'm saying, I agree, she passed away because of this. So, and their real reasons for doing this is obviously exposed.
Okay, so you're sort of combining everything. Why don't you go through each one that you identified?
Sure. The character of the deceased victims I just did. The moment of death and subsequent pain is obviously completely irrelevant. The emotion they say in here.
Did you say completely relevant?
Irrelevant. They say that the reason that they're eliciting it is to bolster witness credibility. That is a per se improper reason. They say that they say evidence is relevant and it explains a witness's conduct and bolsters. They're using emotional sympathy, drama of something to bolster a witness's credibility. The fact that she suffered might be irrelevant or admissible in a wrongful death case. It's not an homicide case. It's nothing to do with it. Nothing. And to the idea that they're going to use it so that the witness is upset on a witness stand and saying, and this is how she fell, and her face was pale, and this, and now everybody's upset, and trust me, I saw what I saw about something relevant, is exactly what a court can't allow. It's exactly what a court can't allow. And they did this the entire trial with, and I mentioned this before with the, where is she now? Is she in the medical vac? They ask all of these, why is even one time, the tone of her skin as she falls, why is that possibly relevant to this trial? And they do it with every single witness they did it with. So then you get to the lapel cameras and the autopsy photos. And so I was trying to track this precisely. Again, we agree that the lapels of the scene are relevant, right?
You just don't need to show a body on the ground. It's just not necessary. And the autopsy photos are particularly problematic. They don't show, how are they relevant? We could stay here for days and no one could explain to me how the autopsy photos are relevant. They're not. If the court wants to voir dire the medical examiner and say, is it possible for you to explain this without presenting these graphic, vivid depictions of a tragically killed person? They're going to say, of course I can. Autopsy photos get ruled out all the time, especially in cases like this. This is not, a whodunit where it's like, okay, let's look at this, but I'm saying I didn't do it. This is a tragic accident where two people who were known to each other and no animosity towards each other, this occurred. And so it doesn't have anything to do with the case or anything relevant. And I'm telling the court that we're not making an issue of this. So if the court knows that, unlike in the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, that this is not in dispute, I really don't understand the basis to allow a single witness to do any of that. A single witness, let alone the cumulative every single witness, which is just being done to taint the jury and to try to get the jury to do something on sympathy. Thank you.
State.
The state has no intention of presenting evidence related to Ms. Hutchins' childhood. So we can eliminate that right off the bat.
What do you plan on?
Well, we believe that there is limited testimony from Mr. Souza that's appropriate because jurors don't know how the film industry works. He should be able to take the witness stand and say, as the director, I got to pick my director of photography. Here's what the director of photography does. These are the reasons I picked this person. We're not going to have him talk about, she's an honest person. She's an amazing mother. She's an amazing wife. None of that's coming in. But he gets to tell, we get to put the story in context for the jury. And I think that we can do that without doing all of these things that the defense is claiming are so highly prejudicial. I have no problem limiting that testimony with regard to Ms. Hutchins, but certainly the jury gets to hear what she did, how she was hired, how does this come together? How do all of these people come together on this movie set? That's absolutely relevant. Now, with regard to the lapel videos, the defense says, we think the lapel videos are relevant, but we just don't want the jury to see the human part of it. And that's kind of hard for the state because we kind of have to prove that a human being was killed. That's part of what we have to do here. So the other thing that you have to understand is that the defense probably is going to take a similar tactic in this regard that we saw in Gutierrez. And they're going to question all of the law enforcement officers about, why didn't you do better? Why couldn't you have done this? And why couldn't you have done that? And the answer is, this was extremely chaotic. We've never shown up to a crime scene where there were 150 witnesses there. There were people mulling around everywhere. There were things that we had to do. Those lapel videos show how difficult and chaotic that scene was, and it goes directly to their defense. There's listen, I mean, they act like these lapel videos are like a horror movie. You see Ms. Hutchins on the ground, you don't even see blood. You don't even see blood coming out of her. You see Mr. Souza's yelling because he got shot in the shoulder. That's not overly prejudicial. Absolutely not. There is tons of case law where, and the lapel video of them laying on the ground is very, very similar in terms of the analysis as the autopsy photos. Autopsy photos come in. They do. They come in every single case. I have never had a case where autopsy photos were excluded. And I even cite to a case in my response where the court actually says, basically, we've never heard of a case where there was a reason to exclude these. They just come in. Now, listen, I want this court to know that during Gutierrez and during this trial, there are autopsy photos in this case that are shocking to the conscience, that we could argue successfully are relevant. Because when you crack open somebody's body, you can see how the bullet traveled. And autopsy photos actually show that. We're not asking to get those in. We are doing exactly what we did in Gutierrez. We have just 2 to 4 very benign autopsy photos. We have been more than reasonable in terms of trying to turn down the volume on emotional response with regard to these autopsy photos. I was actually stunned to see this motion after we exercised so much restraint during the Gutierrez trial. And those are the same pictures. We haven't upped the ante here. We're not trying to show anything other than, look, this is where the bullet entered. This is where the bullet came out. Those are relevant. Those are relevant to Dr. Gerald's testimony. Those come in. They come in every single trial. There's just a reality associated with the fact that someone died. I am more than surprised to hear Mr. Spiro come up here and say, we are not disputing the cause of death. The whole reason that we have probably 4 or 5 witnesses on our witness list is because the defendant put Dr. Bianca Alvarez on their witness list. They called her, talked to her on the phone without inviting us. And the whole point to doing that has to do with this farce defense of she didn't die of a gunshot wound. She died because she wasn't intubated properly. So I want to say right now, because we're short on time in this trial, if the defense is not intending to make any arguments that she died because of a faulty intubation, let me know, because I can shave a lot of witnesses off my witness list that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State did not address even slightly in either their motion papers, in the Halyna Gutierrez retrial, or in that response, anything about how ashen she is or how the moments happen after matter. They don't. They didn't address it in their papers. They didn't just address it now, right? So I just want to make sure that the court, as the court was well to point out to me, demark these issues. They have not addressed that. There is no dispute that that's not possibly relevant to talk about how the person was dying and what their skin looked like and their breathing. It's just not relevant. They then go into this, how Mr. Souza selected her to understand the film industry working. I mean, Your Honor, it's like they don't ask a single other witness, right? Well, how did you get hired, and why did you get hired, right? I mean, so I'm sure that the court sees through this. If somebody were to say to me, this is the one question and answer, and there was an offer to proof, I'm sure we could work this out. But how can I possibly trust this process if we don't hear that exactly because of what I've seen? And then I'll just deal with the autopsy photos. Again, we're stipulating to identity and that she's deceased, and that we're not saying that some other causal factor killed her. So this makes the balancing test very, very easy. That doesn't happen in every homicide case, right? And also, I wasn't, I don't say these things in front of juries, but I actually prosecuted homicide cases. No, and often there is a discussion over, they don't always come in. And often there is this thing where sometimes prosecutors want to put them in to gin up the jury, and judges make calls all the time that it's just not necessary. We don't need to remember her that way. We don't need to do that in this case. I don't need to do that in this case. And this court can very well, like the court said to me when this hearing opened, take order of the court and has the discretion to say, no, pictures of this tragic dead body is not necessary here. I'm telling the court again, I'll say it now, I think a second time, which is we are not making an issue out of the cause of death, period. They want to take these people off the witness list, they can. But if that's what we're doing, and I've withdrawn our seeking the medical records, then I've left the court with very simple, in my judgment, balancing tests. And I'd ask the court to really think about when this verdict comes down, having faith that this was a fair trial and the verdict was based on the right reasons. You can't have, I mean, it's hours of testimony, hours in the Hannah Gutierrez Street trial about it. And it's different here because the gun was in his hand. The gun was in his hand. So to allow hours and hours of testimony, when we have, the state has 5 days to present this case and we need the opportunity to rigorously cross-examine, it doesn't make any sense. I don't think it's fair, and I don't think the court should allow it. Thank you.
All right, the court makes the following ruling. All right, with respect to the character of deceased of the deceased, certainly if Mr. Baldwin was going to get up, you'd want to go, how did you come about getting this this job, so to speak? And I think it's just an introductory way to tell the story. Now, I do remember Mr. Souza going into, we met, I liked her, we had things in common, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I think all that needs to be said is that she was one of some choices. He felt that she was a good fit and that she was the director of photography. That's it. Okay. Now, with respect to the moment of death and subsequent pain, I think that does go to the death. That's one of the elements, and the death and the injury, well, the death, and I do think that that makes a fact more probative, and that is the death, and that I don't think that is its probative value substantially outweighed by unfair prejudice. Having said that, I'm trying to recall everything that occurred regarding that, and I do think that the video is appropriate. Now, I think there were some people that got up, and this may be what both of you have referred to, where they talked about being upset. They talked about, how upsetting it was and things like that. We don't need that. We just need the lapels videos as to what happened with respect to her being shot and Mr. Souza being shot as well. So that's the lapel camera depicting the crime scene. Am I misunderstanding anything else on that?
From the defense's perspective, a lot of this also goes to 403 and cumulative list, right? So
could you just answer my question? Okay.
Yeah, well, I think the answer
I don't want
is
you to
yes.
argue again. You already had your chance.
I think the answer is yes, Your Honor. I'm not, if I understood the court's ruling, I think the answer is that yes, if the lapel videos are the way that they're going to show where the bodies were or the man.
When Lieutenant Benavides is in there and he says, everybody clear out. Is that the video?
And primarily also Officer LaFleur, who's the first officer on scene, that video
Right,
also
where people are rendering aid?
Right.
Yeah, all right. So that comes in. Autopsy photos, again, you can stipulate, that's fine, but they're allowed to tell their story and they're allowed to demonstrate the death. I do remember there was an autopsy photo that was pretty much agreed it was prejudicial, or maybe it was somewhere else where her shirt, I think, which part of the autopsy photos, I don't know. But the autopsy photos in my mind are the body.
So just to iron it out right now, we've got pretty much the same photos of the body that we showed during Gutierrez, nothing overly dramatic. And there is a photo of the bloody clothing, and part of the reason that's relevant is because her cause of death was exsanguination, so she bled to death. So the photos of that amount of blood go directly to her cause of death.
I will allow that. All right. You can revisit that defense, but I do anticipate you may bring up some information about the tubing.
Just to say that, and I know the court doesn't want more argument, but the court's looking at me for guidance on this, that we're not going to do that. We're not maybe going to do that. We're not going to do that. So when we say that we're not going to do that, the court can count on that. And that makes those.
Well, you didn't say that. That's my point.
Oh, I thought that's what I was going to address.
You could ask the doctor. You said you didn't care about the UNM records, but that you didn't say you weren't going to ask the doctor.
If I wasn't clear, I'll make it more clear, which is we are not going to ask the doctor about that.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're not going to ask, we're not going to seek to introduce medical records, and we're not asking the doctor about that, there isn't a basis of relevancy anymore. There just isn't. And so I'm asking the court that they now have several ways the court has just allowed for them to present that this was a death, which we concede. So, right?
All right, that's fine, but they still get to do it. I'm saying no to you.
Right.
All right, so let's not do the shirt if they're not. Well, no, I'm going to allow the shirt. You said that she bled to death. There's nothing wrong with that. All right.
Why was he standing
I'm gonna
there?
start calling off witnesses then to testify that she was correctly intubated. Are we clear that the defense is not gonna raise that issue?
We are not raising that issue as to the cause of death, and we maintain our objections to the exhibits, and we understand the court's ruling.
So, just to be clear, the video, and all I'm remembering is the video, okay? So if there's something else that comes in about in the church, then we need to revisit this, because I am making a ruling about the video. I don't remember if there were any photos. I don't think there were photos, but I remember the video, okay? They get to put on what the church looked like. Secondly, and also that gives an understanding of where Mr. Souza was for various reasons. Then, with respect to the autopsy photos, I'm not sure whether that shirt is more prejudicial than probative. You can get out that she bled to death in different ways. I'm not sure that that's necessary. I'll revisit that.
Okay, and what I can do, Judge, if it helps, I can email copies of the photos to you so you can look at them. I mean, Dr. Gerald isn't scheduled, the photos come in through Dr. Gerald, and she's not scheduled to testify until the end of our case.
I don't want to revisit the autopsy body
No,
photos.
I hear you. I can send you, and I apologize. I understand why I just got my wires crossed. Some of the photos of the bloody clothes were taken by OMI. So what I can do is I can email to you, and of course CC the defense, those photos of bloody clothing so that you can look at them and you can make a determination long before the witness ever takes the witness stand, what's appropriate and what isn't. Understanding autopsy is something different. You've already ruled on that.
All right, thank you for that.
Your Honor, if we may go back to the defendant's motion on limine number 5, I found the case that the court was referencing.
Okay, what is it?
It's State versus Montoya. It's 2016 Westlaw 36-39984. It is a Justice Chavez opinion, and the issue begins in at paragraph 42 and 44, where the court did not allow the defense to introduce the prosecution's opening statements or statements during opening in a previous trial.
There's two State versus Montoya's.
Yes, Your Honor. This one is, it's a Westlaw site.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's 2016 36399. Oh, sorry, I just lost it. Let me go back. So it's 2016 Westlaw 36-39984, and it's Justice Chavez opinion.
And Your Honor, we can take a look at that in the break as well and give you our views, if we may.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Just want to see if it was the one I remember. Okay.
Is that a yes, Your Honor? To be clear for the record, we can't say mm-hmm or uh-uh.
That was the reference to opening statements.
Nobody's the next one.
All right. State's motion in limine 8 to allow use of exhibits during opening statement.
Your Honor, we don't have I think there's a way to shortcut this, which is that as long as the defense can also put in exhibits and the court will, if there's any issue between the two sides, address those one or two issues. I'm hoping that there's not. We would not, as long as it's equal to both sides, we would not have an issue.
Are they going to be admitted?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, I provided defense counsel this morning a copy of the exhibits. I have a copy for the court if you'd like to look at them. What I would request is that they provide us today with a copy of the exhibits that they intend to introduce in
All
case
right,
there are
but do
any
you
issues.
think there's going to be an issue on admission at trial?
No, Your Honor.
I don't believe there's of the exhibits that we're putting forth. We're putting forth basically the same set, a little bit more of a videotape or a little less, and the 911 call. That's it. So there's very few exhibits that we're using at opening, and I don't think any of them are an issue.
All right, well, I want you all to agree because I do not want us to stop in opening statement. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you don't agree, let me know.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, defendant Alec Baldwin's motion limited to preclude argument, testimony, and evidence related to the incident from the Crow.
These closed
Thank you, Your
captions.
Honor.
Crow.
We move to exclude the state presenting evidence of what happened on the Crow as evidence of Mr. Baldwin's state of mind here. The state has said it will not present evidence of what happened on the Crow, but what the state did say is it intends to address.
I believe they're talking about the movie The Crow. Sorry, closed captionings. You actually got that one right. I believe that is where Brandon Lee was unalived by a blank that was fired from a firearm. And I don't remember the circumstances surrounding him, but it wasn't a live round. So I don't know. Because I saw both sides of the autopsy argument because we just watched a trial that was similar to this. They don't matter. They were really, to me, I was thinking about that trial we just watched in Boyd's courtroom. They were extremely prejudicial to the defendant. He was never even connected to that man's death, ever. So I understood both sides. Like, we know she's not here anymore. We know his actions did it, just as he guilty of a crime. Do we need to see the body? Do we need to see the pictures? We're not going to see him. But so I don't know. I get both sides of that argument.
And present the theory essentially from the Crow that blanks can kill. Mr. Baldwin knew that, and therefore he's responsible for having the criminal state of mind necessary to prove involuntary manslaughter here. There are 4 problems with that, Your Honor. The first is, let's go back to the indictment. The indictment says that Mr. Baldwin is being charged because it was foreseeable to him that if he didn't check the gun for live ammunition, it says nothing about blanks, not a single word, then his use of the gun by pointing it and pulling the trigger, they allege, could cause significant risk of harm to human life. That was the theory of the indictment. Live ammunition, nothing about blanks. A few witnesses mentioned here and there blanks in the context of an accidental discharge. They get loud, you have to put your goggles on, your earmuffs on, people get mad. There is no testimony in this case about that blanks kill in this particular situation. The case theory has always been, they've said it over and over and over in the papers they've submitted to you. Mr. Baldwin didn't check for live ammunition. He pointed the gun, he pulled it, and then Miss Hutchins died. So they're trying to vary significantly from the theory of the indictment. Problem number 2, causation. Mr. Baldwin not checking for blanks and then pointing the gun did not kill Miss Hutchins. She was not killed by a blank. She was killed by a live round. And all the testimony shows that blanks are very different from live bullets. If Mr. Baldwin checked for a blank, there would have been no blanks there. And so they have a major causation issue as a matter of law in presenting this brand new theory that was not in the indictment. Number 3, there's a foreseeability problem as a matter of law with their intention to present the blanks theory. The Henley case, as Your Honor knows, we've briefed it for you, says the requisite criminal state of mind needs to match or converge, is what the case says, with the criminal act. And what the state's doing here is they're playing apples and oranges. They're saying Mr. Baldwin had the reckless criminal state of mind because he knew that blanks can kill. That was foreseeable to him. He didn't check for blanks, and then Miss Hutchins died. But the act that he's been charged with is not, he didn't check for blanks and Miss Hutchins died as a result of a blank. It's that she died as a result of a live bullet. So they're mixing apples and oranges here. They're trying to take what they say is a foreseeable risk and match it with an act that didn't cause the death. So that violates the very clear requirement of Henley that the state of mind and the act converge. That's not what they're saying here. And then last but not least, there is zero evidence in this case, zero, that Miss Hutchins would have died, or it was expected that she would have died, if you look at the foreseeability cases, if there were a blank in that gun. The foreseeability cases say it's not what can conceivably occur. Blanks can kill. It's not what can conceivably occur. It's what's expected, what's objectively and reasonably expected. There's zero evidence in this case. They don't have an expert. They don't have a fact witness that can testify. Certainly a fact witness wouldn't be allowed to testify about this, that if Mr. Baldwin had a blank in that gun, in that moment, it would have killed Miss Hutchins. Zero. There was no obstruction in the barrel. They keep on saying obstruction in the barrel. There was no obstruction in the barrel. He was feet away, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet away from Miss Hutchins. It was pointed at her armpit. There's nothing in that gun that could have pierced her body. There is zero evidence. If you look back at The Crow, if you look back at the history of motion pictures, there are 2 incidents where a blank was involved in a death on a movie set. In 1984, an actor put the gun directly against his head, and the pressure pulled the trigger, and the pressure from that directly against his head killed him. In The Crow, so very different from what happened here, miles and miles and years apart. Number 2, in The Crow, what happened was the crew was making dummies out of live bullets. And when the dummy was put in to the gun, it still had residual gunpowder. And the primer got hit, it knocked the bullet tip off, it discharged, and then there was a blank loaded behind that live bullet tip from a live bullet that people on the set were making improperly. Still no criminal prosecution there. Said it was civil negligence, not criminal, but that's not the point. The point is, if you look at what happened in both of those cases in the history of motion pictures, they are entirely distinct facts. The state cannot come in at the last minute and say, blanks can kill, Mr. Baldwin knew that, and therefore he had the requisite state of mind, and they match it up with an act that killed Miss Hutchins. Zero evidence that that would have happened here, and therefore they cannot present it as a theory when there's no causation for it, there's no foreseeability for it, there's no evidence for it, and it's not in the indictment.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm looking at the indictment that was filed in this case. I don't see anything that says live round. I have it right in front of me. So I'm not exactly sure what Mr. Nickus means when he says, if you look at the indictment, he was indicted for that. I'm looking at the indictment. It doesn't say anything about that. So I want to try on occasion other. The issue of, do we want to have witnesses testify about what happened on the set of The Crow? No, of course not. I intend to present absolutely no testimony with regard to, I expect no witness to say The Crow. But here's why this is relevant. The entire defense is Mr. Baldwin had no reason to believe that there was a live round on set. Well,
is it on set or in the gun?
I think they've argued both. They've argued that he had no reason to believe that there was a live round on set, that he had no reason to believe that there was a live round in the gun. And here's what they're going to argue. They're going to say, this gun is completely inert. He should be able to treat it like a toy, because everything is completely safe. Yeah, but the problem is that these safety bulletins and these rules that the defendant failed to follow were created because real guns on movie sets are dangerous. That's the whole reason they were created. And one of the ways that we know that they're dangerous is because if you combine a blank with a barrel obstruction, you can kill someone. It's not what Mr. Nickus said, that there's no reason to think that it would have killed anyone. It would have killed her if there was a blank and a barrel obstruction. I agree with him that that's not what happened in this case. But the point is, real guns are dangerous. The SAG safety bulletin from the Screen Actors Guild says blanks can kill, underlined, bold, exclamation marks. Mr. Baldwin's state of mind is what's critical in this case, and Mr. Baldwin understood real guns on movie sets. Even best case scenario for him, we imagine that there's no chance that there could be a live round on set. He still knows they're dangerous, and he understands that the rules exist because they're dangerous. The rules that say, don't point it at anyone, keep your finger off the trigger. Those are all the things that were designed because real guns on movie sets, even if there's not a live round, can kill people. Mr. Nickus can stand up here and say blanks don't kill people. They certainly do kill people. And the Screen Actors Guild Safety Bulletin says blanks can kill. So the problem is that the defense theory is this was a completely inert gun. And the only thing that made it a problem was the fact that there was a live round in it. And that's simply not true. And it goes to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind. It goes to exactly what the state has to prove, which is that he knew or should have known of the risk when he pointed the gun at someone, cocked it, and pulled the trigger, live round or not. He understood that risk. That's what we have to prove, and that's what we're going to prove.
Well, it was in the grand jury hearing that you, the indictment doesn't say it, but
sure.
You did to get the true bill. You talked about live ammunition in a gun.
Sure, absolutely, and that's certainly a part of this case, and I don't want to pretend that it isn't. Because the other thing that we know, and we put this in some of our responses, is that when Mr. Baldwin was being interviewed by Corporal Hancock, he actually said to Corporal Hancock, I'm wondering if Hannah commingled live rounds with her dummy rounds. He knew that there was a possibility that a live round could find its way on set. He didn't even know that Ms. Hutchins had died yet, and he told Corporal Hancock, I wonder if they were commingled. He knows that these guns are dangerous. And listen, the state isn't, I've had countless cases where the prosecutor has a slightly different theory at trial than they did in front of the grand jury. There's nothing improper about that. We're not amending, we're not trying to add charges at the last minute. I don't understand exactly what the issue is. If there's case law that says that I'm married to absolutely every single theory that was put in front of the grand jury, it's news to me, because I've had courts amend grand jury indictments in the middle of trial based on the evidence. And the evidence in this case is that this gentleman knew that you can't point a gun at someone and pull the trigger, because even if there's not a live round, it might kill somebody. He knew that. And I agree, we don't have to get into what happened on the Crow, but at the same time, the safety bulletins are made because of that. They exist because of that.
Thank you.
A few issues, Your Honor. In terms of the indictment, it was in the grand jury instructions on which the indictment was based, to be clear. There's nothing in the grand jury instructions, in the indictment, in this case, where the actual allegation of the charge is that Alec Baldwin didn't check for blanks, and therefore he's committed involuntary manslaughter. This, in terms of time, Your Honor, and sensitivity to cumulative witnesses and cases within cases, this is a case within a case. It's a hypothetical case about an act that didn't happen, that didn't cause the death at all, with, on top of that, significant questions about whether it's even possible when we know from the history of motion picture, it's never happened in this way. Who are they going to testify? Who are they going to have testify? The state, that Ms. Hutchins would have died if there were a blank in that gun. What expert witness is going to say that? They don't have a single expert witness. They don't have a single fact witness who's allowed to testify about that. They don't have any evidence that there was an obstruction in the gun. There's literally no evidence of this. And if they want to put on a theory that merges different state of mind with this hypothetical act that didn't cause a death, then we're going to have a very confusing trial with multiple different witnesses being asked, have you ever been on a movie set where a blank killed someone? Have you ever been on a movie set where a blank shot and pierced someone's body in a way that was really dangerous? Have you ever had someone on a movie set shoot a blank in a way that did anything other than cause a little rash or hurt someone's ears or make their eyes have stars in them? We're going to have a trial within a trial about a hypothetical that was not raised until the very last minute and wasn't the basis for the charge in the first place. They have foreseeability issues, they have causation issues, they have evidentiary issues, and there are major notice issues. And in terms of cumulative testimony and wasting of time in cases within cases, that's what this theory is going to become. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, the court makes the following ruling weighing whether it has any tendency to make a fact more probable or less probable than it would be without it, and whether its probative value substantially is outweighed by unfair prejudice. I think it's difficult to deal with what I read in the grand jury transcripts about, the theory about the negligent use of a deadly weapon is just his manner of handling, that he shouldn't have cocked the gun, et cetera, et cetera. And then with respect to the alternative, it is that he failed to check the gun. He failed to confirm that the gun, I remember the word confirm about live ammunition and, before he pointed it at someone. I think that I will not allow any testimony other than one sentence statement, probably by your expert, Ms. Morrissey, that says that blanks can also kill. But to consider that he failed somehow, that's just going to be up to the trier of fact. I think everybody knows guns can kill. It depends on what's in there, but I think that you can mention it. But that's it. We're not going to go through 5 different questions on tell me how and how serious this is, and if he's a gun owner and he's done all these westerns, or not westerns, but all this gun experience, and he should have known it. Just say that, and if you can tie that up, great.
Understood.
All right, let's take our lunch break. Okay. All right. What else are you going to surprise me with? Exhibits? What are you going to do? I mean, because maybe we can have an hour lunch.
I want a real exhibit list from the defense that doesn't list every piece of evidence.
They probably feel the same way.
Well, we were pretty specific.
I do think that given the court's guidance today, that there could be, I'm hoping that the opening exhibits all work out, and I'm hoping that this slowly streamlines over.
The board here is 50 minutes max a piece.
You said 50?
50.
Okay.
50.
And
let me just be clear on board here, so as you're getting ready for it. Questions. I know I'm looking at you, but he's standing. Questions, not just keep standing. All right, no, okay, you can sit down. Okay, questions, not your theory, your hi, how are you? Questions, okay? And the issue is fair and impartial, okay? Not maybe this isn't the case for you. We're not shopping. It's fair and impartial, okay?
Yes, sir.
And questions.
I'm
emphasizing questions. You ask questions. You don't talk to them. Do you understand what I mean? I mean, I'll give you latitude, but I'll have to pull you in if you're not trying to get fair and impartial.
I'm just wondering, in terms of what sent us into individual voir dire during.
I'm not going to do individual voir dire.
Okay.
I think this is different.
And I'm just.
Unless, well, I'll hear you out. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, and listen, it may not turn out to be an issue, but my only concern is if we start to have potential jurors who say, I don't think that I've seen in the press that he didn't know that the gun was loaded, and I don't think that he should be prosecuted. I think that there was a concern in Gutierrez that if we have all of these jurors just giving their opinions because they've seen things in the press, it kind of poisons the well.
Right.
So
Well,
that's
first
my
of
only
all,
concern.
my intent is, and I'm open to hearing from you all, but when that happens, I'm just going to call you up and agree that this person should be stricken for cause and he can leave. What do you think?
Sure.
Yeah, it would have to depend on the, how extreme it was, but I think we'll be able to make eye contact, frankly, and figure out some of this. I'm hopeful. Yeah, I don't know how the court, I wasn't there at the first trial. I don't know how the court is planning to design this. There is, of course, in both directions, a risk of pollution of the jury pool, right?
Right.
So I think that if anybody has, extreme views on anything, maybe that's a way to sort of say that you're going to hear questions, and if you think that you have a view that should not be spoken publicly, and you would like to speak to me and the lawyer separately, you can so indicate when you raise your hand.
Right.
And,
Well,
and that,
that's part of my instruction. Okay, that you can speak in private. And most people start saying, well, I want to speak in private. Or you say, do you feel like you should speak in private? And they'll say yes. I'm less inclined to do private voir dire because it just took so long. And the other thing is that, think about it. I think we're going to have 79 on the panel, and we will be able to know immediately. You're going to get five and three. Is that right? Yes,
Yeah.
5 and 3. And for causes, and we'll know whether we need a second jury panel by then.
I just want to throw this out there. One of the things that may speed up the process, if we do have a juror and we think that they may have some potentially prejudicial things to say, rather than kicking everybody out of the room, maybe we can just invite that person up to the bench.
I've done that. Yes, I've done that.
Okay.
I agree that makes sense.
Okay. Was anybody thinking private?
I just wasn't sure.
I think it's easier to do the subset of private when necessary and not invite it at the start. The judges that I try cases in front of always think that if you invite it too early, then it becomes a domino effect. I'm just repeating what other jurors have said.
I expect a lot of folks will want to speak in private about this, but I think this is different, a little different from Hannah Gutierrez.
And will we be addressing the entire group or just?
Yes, 79.
You'll do the whole group in our questioning.
Yes, and then if you can't pick a jury out of 79 folks, which I find highly doubtful, then we'll call in the next panel. Okay?
Wow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And does the next panel come in that same?
Staggered, yeah.
Good grief. Lawyers can freaking argue about anything. This blade of grass is green. I think it's forest green. I think it's lime green. Oh my Lord. Stop talking. Sorry. That was just getting crazy about freaking the jury, which has not been picked yet. Adair asked me that, and yeah, the answer is no. So I don't know if that has to happen tomorrow and this trial's actually going to start on Wednesday. Either way, works out. If it doesn't start tomorrow, then I won't do a night stream tomorrow. Simple as that. Also, you can tell that she used to be a defense attorney. The grass is definitely blue because she's nervous about the media tainting the jury pool. I'm like, the state's usually the only one that talks to the media, and then you guys get your little narrative together about whatever it is. The tainting doesn't generally come from the defense in situations. I mean, he certainly didn't help his case by running his mouth. But gee whiz. This has been an interesting day. I will give it that. I really thought it was going to be super, super boring. This is all the stuff that we hardly ever get to see. This is the stuff that we just, that's what I always say. Like, We just go, we watch the trial, we see what's presented to the jury. That's what we get. That's what they get. They get a little bit more because they get actual pictures of exhibits generally that we don't get to see. We get more because we get the sidebars sometimes. It all comes out in the wash. But it's interesting how much goes into it before we ever even get to the opening statements. And I always knew it was a lot. And maybe not every trial is like this. I'm sure it's not, but it's been interesting. So much information, so much of don't want this guy to say this and you can't say that. I have no idea how the exhibits are going to go. I don't know. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. If they're not going to go like forever longer, I may jump on and do the afternoon session. But if it looks like they're going to go for 4 more hours, probably not going to. Maybe maybe if they don't start trial tomorrow, maybe we can do a highlights of the rest of the motions if you guys want to. We'll see, because it's 5 hours already. I did not think I was going to go that long today. Not that I don't enjoy hanging out with you, because this has really been interesting. So we'll see. I need to go feed my dogs because they're panicking that I'm late, and get dinner ready for Mr. Hamp so he can come home so he can leave again, because that's what he does these days. So I may be back in a little bit. I will put up a thumbnail. If I am, it will be up in Discord as well. So just keep checking. If I do, probably around 6-ish, 6:30. But I want to, again, keep an eye on them and make sure they're not just going to keep going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny. Because I think New Mexico is 2 hours behind, maybe. I think they're on Mountain Time. Yes, Mountain Time. So, all right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out all day with me today. I appreciate it. Appreciate everybody that joins in chat. Don't ever be scared to jump in and say something in chat. We do not bite. We're very nice people. If you're in Texas or in Louisiana or anywhere that's in the path of the storm, please stay safe. Please be smart. And don't put yourself in danger for anything. It's not worth it. So if I do not see you guys later tonight, maybe tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, I got to see how this jury duty goes. I will be here for sure Wednesday. We may have to do some things before they start court, because I got to check this. I got to see what time this woman starts. So we will figure it all out in the end, because we always do. Look how rocky this one started off today. It was great. Great. So you guys have a great night. Everybody stay safe. And I will see you all again later.